I can just send it with the clerk. Yes. I think so. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I can't see this. Thank you.
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
We continue with the state's case.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. The state recalls Kristen Maydell.
And you are still under oath, Ms. Maydell. You may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Excuse me.
Sure, it's Kristen, Kristen Maydell, Madel.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Ms. Maydell, just before we get started, I'm going to hand you some exhibits which have been pre-marked for identification purposes. Specifically, I'm going to be handing you State's Exhibits 19 through 26. as well as 29 for identification. And I'm also going to be handing you states 112 for identification and 117 through 121 for identification purposes. Ms. Maydell, are those all reports that you authored in connection with this case?
Yes.
Now, you were with us last time discussing certain DNA results from evidence recovered from 69 Wells Lane, a 2014 Range Rover, and a 2017 Chevrolet Suburban. Did you conduct additional analysis in this case?
I did.
And that analysis that you did was on evidence which was submitted to the State Forensic Laboratory in accordance with standard laboratory protocols. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to receiving some of this evidence, it was actually analyzed by different units of the forensic laboratory, including the latent print unit as well as the forensic biology unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, before we discuss the additional analysis that you did, I'd like to talk to you now about nuclear DNA and mitochondrial DNA. To begin with, what is nuclear DNA?
Nuclear DNA is DNA that's unique to an individual. It's found in the nucleus part of the cell. If you think of it as like an egg, the yellow part of an egg would be where the nucleus is, and your DNA, nuclear DNA is located there. You get half your nuclear DNA from your mother, half your nuclear DNA from your father.
And conversely, what is mitochondrial DNA?
Mitochondrial DNA is also found in the cell, but it's found in the white part of the cell. It's found in the mitochondrial organelles that are in the white part of the cell. I think previously I misspoke in my old testimony, first testimony, that mitochondrial DNA is on the X chromosome, which it's not. It's found in the mitochondrial. And this type of DNA is inherited maternally. So you get this DNA from your mother. So my mother has the same mitochondrial DNA as myself, and I pass that same mitochondrial DNA on to my children. So this is not unique to an individual.
What are the differences between nuclear DNA and mitochondrial DNA in terms of its ability to discriminate between individuals?
So nuclear DNA is unique to an individual besides identical twins, whereas mitochondrial DNA is not, because you have it in the same maternal line.
The last time you were here, we discussed nuclear DNA results. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
But you also did mitochondrial DNA testing in this case.
I did, yes.
And the analysis that we're going to discuss today actually addresses both of those different types of analysis depending on which item you looked at, correct?
Correct, yes.
I wanted to talk to you about the basics of DNA, specifically what types of things can destroy DNA or contaminate DNA potentially. Can water destroy DNA on a surface or make it harder to detect?
It can wash it away. Bleach is known to destroy DNA, UV light, but water can wash DNA away if it's poured on top of where DNA may have been left.
Can shampoo destroy DNA or make it harder to detect?
It's possible. Again, it would do the same effect as just water washing it away or getting rid of the DNA that may have been there.
Can wiping a surface either destroy or remove DNA?
Yes, again, it's possible. If you have a spill on the counter from juice or something and you wipe it away to that paper towel, it goes onto the paper towel. So same thing can happen if you wipe a surface with DNA, it could get onto the paper towel and then you could remove it.
How about vacuuming an area?
Same concept. Yep, you could possibly remove it from the surface.
Does the amount of time that DNA is on an object also influence whether or not it can be detected by your equipment?
Yes, of course. If it's there, if you leave DNA and then try and swab it and detect it right away, you might have a better result than if you wait a week or two.
And why is that?
because it could get wiped away, it could degrade from the environment, you just would lose that DNA.
Now, when a DNA profile is developed, is it possible to tell whether or not the profile came from blood, saliva, skin cells, or any other source?
No, we cannot say that.
And just to refresh the jury's memory, you spoke with us last time about STR-Mix. What is that?
STR-Mix is the software that is used to help the DNA analyst interpret that DNA profile and give a statistical calculation to the weight of that evidence.
Now, I want to direct your attention to 2019 and the initial analysis that you conducted in this case. What DNA kit was the laboratory using at that point?
We were using for amplification, we're using a Fusion 6C amplification kit.
And what DNA kit does the laboratory use now?
Currently, we use the Global Filer STR amplification kit, which is just a different company.
What are the differences between the two kits?
The two kits have a couple of differences. That the Fusion had a few more sites that the Global Filer kit does not have.
And so how can that influence or impact the DNA analysis?
So since all the evidence was processed with that Fusion 6C kit originally, most of it, some subsequent testing was done with Global Filer and evidence, but the original evidence that was done in 2019, 2020 was done with the Fusion kit, which had 27 sites and 23 of them were used to perform statistical analysis if you had a match. Currently, the Global Filer kit has 24 sites with only 21 sites being used for statistics. So if you compare a new known that was done with the new kit, Global Filer, and only has 21 sites to use to compare to the original Fusion kit, you can only use those 21 sites. So therefore, those two sites that you had information and evidence are not used for the statistical calculation.
Now, did you receive two separate known DNA samples from the defendant, Michelle Troconis, in this case?
I did, yes.
And the first one was received in 2019,
Yes,
and the second one was received in 2023, correct?
that is correct, yes.
And so did you generate a profile from the known DNA samples in both instances?
I did, yes.
And did you do an analysis of the second known profile against the evidence that had already been tested?
Yes, I wrote reports for the first comparisons when I compared her first known to all the evidence. And then in 2023, when her known was reprocessed with the new kit, I then went back and compared the new results of that known to all the previously done evidence.
Now, the new kit that you referred to is called what?
Global Filer?
And Global Filer has less testing sites than Fusion 6 did.
Yes.
Now, in addition to the two known samples that you received from the defendant, can you just refresh the jury's memory as to who else you received known samples from?
I received known samples from Otis Dulos, Lauren Almeida, the swabbing of the electric toothbrush used as a pseudo-known, Pavel Bumeni, and the 5 Dulos children.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention now to some of the specific analysis that you did and some of the results. Judge, if I may just have permission again to use my computer and be seated for the examination.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to I'm just going to begin by publishing the stipulation again, Your Honor. Paragraph 10 of State's Exhibit 103 State Police Exhibit 502K, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as 4 pieces of black plastic garbage bag with duct tape attached to 2 pieces contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 88. And Your Honor, I'm going to open up and display to the jury State Trial Exhibit 111A. Specifically a folder entitled State Police Exhibit 502K, Lab Submission 88. And there's a subfolder 88-3, which I'm opening. And I'm going to display the photograph 88-3S7.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman
And Ms. Maydell, just for your benefit, I believe this is encompassed in DNA Supplemental Reports 4, 9, and 18. Excuse me. I apologize, 5, 10, and 18. So I'd like to discuss with you now, there was a swabbing which was done by Ms. Dulos, identified as 88-3S7. Did you have an opportunity to do a DNA analysis on that particular swabbing?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88-3S7 being a mixture of 4 contributors, with at least 2 of them being male. Assuming 4 contributors, the DNA profile from 88-3S7 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown individuals. In assuming 4 contributors, the DNA profile from 88-3S7 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jennifer Dulos and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown individuals. Assuming 4 contributors, the DNA profile from item 88-3S7 is at least 780,000 times more likely to occur if it originated from Michelle Troconis and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown individuals.
And did you also have an opportunity you indicated that you received 2 separate knowns from the defendant,
Yes,
and you, I guess, reanalyzed the evidence using the second known with the second kit. Is that correct?
the original evidence was not reanalyzed, but the comparison was done to the new known, which had 2 less sites.
Okay.
Yes.
And what were the results for that particular analysis with respect to the defendant?
Assuming 4 contributors, the Fusion 6C DNA profile from item 88-3S7 is at least 250,000 times more likely to occur if it originated from Michelle Troconis and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown individuals.
So I'd like to talk to you now about the differences in those 2 stats. In the first analysis that you did, it was 780,000 times more likely, and in the second, 250,000 times more likely. Can you explain how that's possible, and is that first stat still valid?
Both stats are valid. It's just, as I said before, when we switched to this new kit with the new known that was submitted last year, 2023, it had 2 less testing sites to use for statistical calculations. So therefore, when I compared the new known to the original evidence that had more data, I can't use those two sites because I don't have data from the known. So when you do the statistical calculation, you're losing those two sites when you're doing basically the product rule. So if you have 2 times 2 times 2, 21 times, 2 times 2 versus 23 times, you're obviously going to have a higher number with those 2 extra times that you're multiplying the numbers out.
And did you also do an analysis as to the Dulos children as well as Lauren Almeida and Pavel Gumieni?
Yes, I did.
And that's found in DNA supplemental report number 10 for your benefit. What were the results of that?
First, Lauren Almeida and Pavel Gumieni were both eliminated as possible contributors to that 4-person mixture. When comparing all 5 children, they were all at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if they originated from individually each of those children and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown individuals.
So Ms. Maydell, does that mean that the children touched this bag or that it is in fact the children's DNA?
I can't say who touched the bag for any of these conclusions. All I can say is looking at this 4-person mixture, it appears that the 2 major contributors that are contributing to this 4-person mixture are contributing about the same amount. So approximately the same amount from both of those 2 major contributors. And if those 2 major contributors are the parents of these children, you get half your DNA from your mother and half your DNA from your father. So if your parents' DNA is all there, of course you're going to have your profile be there, your types be there, because both your parents are contributing to that profile.
I'd like to talk to you about the remainder of the 88-3 DNA results, if I could, specifically beginning with 88-3S1. And for the remainder of these, Ms. Maydell, those will be found in supplemental reports 4, 9, and 18 for your benefit.
Jorge has always put the ones he loves first. But when it comes to caring for his teeth, he's let his own maintenance take a back.
So beginning with 88-3S1, which was identified as a swabbing of a knot area by Miss Valonis, what were the results?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 88-3S1 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from item 88-3S1 is at least 26,000 times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and 1 unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals. Assuming 2 contributors, given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive as to whether Fotis Dulos could be a contributor to the DNA profile from item 88-3S1. And Michelle Troconis is eliminated as a contributor to the DNA profile from item 88-3S1.
And we're in supplemental number 9, were Lauren Almeida and Pavel Gumieni eliminated as well?
Yes, that is correct. They were both eliminated.
And with respect to the children, what were the results?
Sorry, which report is that?
DNA supplemental report number 9.
Oh, that's also 9. All 5 children had low likelihood ratios calculated, so they are inconclusive as to whether they can be contributors to this profile, 88-3S1.
And since it's displayed in the photograph, I wanted to jump ahead to 88-3S5. Which was identified as a hair-like fiber in the knot of the bag. You performed mitochondrial DNA analysis on this. I believe it can be found in your report, DNA supplement report number 12.
Yes.
And can you just indicate to the jury what the results were?
So for this hair, I attempted to get nuclear DNA from the hair and I was not successful. There was no nuclear DNA detected. So because of that, we then went to the hair shaft and tried to get mitochondrial DNA profile from that hair. So which I did obtain a full mitochondrial DNA profile from 88.3S5. So the mitochondrial DNA sequence from 88.3S5 and 7G1 are the same. Therefore, the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush cannot be excluded as a source of 88.3S5. I feel like I should explain that conclusion a little bit more because I don't think we talked about how mitochondrial DNA conclusions are different than nuclear.
Sure.
Since it's not unique to an individual and it's through the same maternal line, we say if two profiles match in the mitochondrial, that they can't be excluded as coming from the same source or anybody in that maternal line. So a little bit different for mitochondrial DNA sequencing versus looking at those repeats that I talked about last time, where we were looking at, say, 4 letters, A, G, T, T, repeated 9, 10 times. That gives you your type. For mitochondrial DNA, you're looking at the actual order of those bases. So say you have the letter CAT, that spells cat. If you rearrange those letters and you do ACT, that is act. So those two do not match. They're two different profiles. So that's mitochondrial DNA. That's what we're actually looking at, is the order of the bases to see if they match. And then we say, if they do match, they cannot be excluded. And then we search the database of all these profiles to see how common or rare that profile is. It's a more of a frequency estimate versus a likelihood ratio. So after I made the conclusion that 88.3S5 and the profile from 7G1, the toothbrush, are a match, I then searched the database to see how common or rare that sequence is. We typically report the 3 major ethnic groups in Connecticut unless there's a match within another ethnic group, and then we report all those statistics. So I will read those now. So in the African American population, I wouldn't expect to see this profile in more than 0.32% of the population. In the Caucasian population, 1.33% of the population. Hispanic, 0.42% of the population. Asian, 0.46% of the population. And Native American, 0.62% of the population. Now, in comparing that profile from 88.3S5 to the mitochondrial DNA profile from Jennifer Dulos, Michelle Troconis, Lauren Almeida, and Pavel Gumeni, they're all excluded as being a possible source of that profile from the hair. I could also explain that we didn't test the children's mitochondrial DNA because it was irrelevant because we have the mitochondrial DNA profile from the toothbrush and it would have been the same.
Yeah, and speaking of the toothbrush, just to refresh the jury's memory, you did a parental analysis on the toothbrush to determine the likelihood that the profile on the toothbrush was related to Petros Dulos. Is that correct?
Correct. I made a maternity-paternity stat to the toothbrush to one of the children to show, yes.
And I don't want to misquote, but I think it was something like 8 billion times more likely to be the mother of Petros Dulos.
It was something around that, yes. I don't know if I have that report here with me.
Okay. I believe it's DNA supplement report 16.
16, let's see. Yes. Yes, the expected frequency of individuals who could be the parent of Petros Dulos is less than 1 in 8.1 billion people in the general population.
And I wanted to go back to 88.3S7 for a second, if I could. This was the result in which you concluded that.
And welcome back to this U.S. Open office plan.
Miller just lobbed a message way over Jones's head using some technical jargon.
The defendant was 780,000 times more likely to be a contributor, or 250,000 times more likely to be a contributor, depending on which kit you used. And I know you indicated that you can't tell us how DNA got onto a particular object. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
But I want you to assume the following facts are true. I want you to assume that the defendant in her third interview with police indicated to them that she held a bag open for Mr. Dulos as he deposited something in the bag. Is it possible that her DNA could have gotten on the bag as she was holding it?
Yes, that's possible. We know that if you come in contact with something, it is possible for you to leave your own DNA behind on an item.
Now I'm going to display in this folder, which is State Police Exhibit 502K Lab Submission 88, Subfolder 88-3. There was additional swabbing, specifically 88-3S2 and 88-3S3. 88-3S2 was identified as a reddish-brown staining on the exterior, and 88-3S3 was identified as a reddish-brown staining on the exterior, both approximate areas of swabbing displayed in this particular photograph. What were the results for these two particular swabs? And this can be found in DNA reports 4, 9, and 18.
(88-3S2), the results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88-3S2 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 88-3S2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from one unknown individual.
And were all other known profiles eliminated?
Yes, all other known profiles eliminated.
And then with respect to 88-3S3, the reddish brown staining on the exterior, was that the same result?
That is not number 4. So 88-3S3.
Yes.
Yes, same results, single female individual. Yes,
Okay, so 100 billion times more likely to originate from the profile generated from the toothbrush, and all other known individuals were eliminated?
correct, yes.
And then on this same item, 88-3S4, I'm displaying that photograph, lab 88.3S4, and this was identified as exposed sticky sides of duct tape.
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 88-3S4 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from item 88-3S4 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and 1 unknown individual than if it came from 2 unknown individuals. Fotis, Dulos, and Michelle Troconis are eliminated as contributors to item 88-3S4.
And as were all other known individuals, is that correct?
That is correct. Lauren, Almeida, Paul, Gumeni, and all 5 children were eliminated.
And I'm going to go to State Trial Exhibit 109 now. And I'm going to open a folder entitled State Police Exhibit 502U, Lab Submission 41. And I'm going to publish paragraph 12 of that same stipulation. State Police Exhibit 502U, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one black plastic garbage bag tied in a knot containing a shirt and bra with blood-like substance contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 41. So I'm opening State Trial Exhibit 109 folders, State Police Exhibit 502U, lab submission 41. And Ms. Maydell, for your benefit, this can be found in your very first DNA report, as well as supplemental reports 1, 9, and 18. And I'm displaying the photograph, lab 41.1 exterior front.
Sorry, so you said 41, 1S1?
Correct. That is identified as a portion of a reddish-brown stain from the shirt. What were the results?
So in the first report, it was only compared to the swabbing of the electric toothbrush. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 41, 1S1 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from item 41, 1S1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and one unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals.
And then in supplemental reports 1, 9, and 18, would it be fair to say that all other known profiles were eliminated as being contributors to that particular profile?
Yes, that is correct. Everyone else was eliminated.
And I'm going to display a photograph entitled Lab 41.2 exterior front. Excuse me, strike that. I'm going to display Lab 41.2. Specifically 41.2S1, which was identified as a portion of reddish brown stain from bra. And this can be found for your benefit, Ms. Maydell, in supplemental reports 2, 9, and 18. Can you just indicate to the jury what the results were?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 41.2S1 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from 41-2S1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and 1 unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals. Jennifer Dulos and Michelle Troconis are eliminated as contributors to 41.2S1.
And then with respect to supplemental report number 9, the results were inconclusive as to the Dulos children. Is that correct?
That is correct. And Lauren Almeida and Paul Volgimini are also eliminated as contributors.
And just sticking with this particular submission, 41.3. And specifically the swabbing 41.3S2. And this was identified as a swabbing of the knot interior. What were the results? And this is found in 2, 9, and 18.
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 41.3S2 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from 41.3S2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and 1 unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals. The results do not support the hypothesis that Fotis Dulos is a contributor to this profile. Assuming two contributors, Fotis Dulos is eliminated as a contributor to item 41, 3S2. The same conclusion for Michelle Troconis. The results do not support the hypothesis that she's a contributor. Assuming two contributors, Michelle Troconis is eliminated as a contributor to 41, 3S2.
And with respect to the children, were the results that it was inconclusive as to whether or not they could be contributors to the profile?
Dark of night, morning light, we're the healers and the helpers. Following through.
That is correct.
And Pavel Gumieni and Lauren Almeida were eliminated.
Yes, the results did not support the hypothesis that they were contributors. They were also eliminated.
And just to refresh the jury's recollection, when you're saying that a result is inconclusive, what exactly does that mean?
That means that when we perform our likelihood ratio statistic, the number generated is above our elimination threshold, but below our threshold to say that it's a positive association. So we say no comparison, no conclusion can be made for that comparison.
I'm going to direct your attention now to 41-3-31S1 or 31S1, identified as a reddish-brown stain on the panty liner found within that particular submission. Did you get any results?
No DNA profile was generated from that sample.
Okay. And how about 41-3-1S2, which was a swabbing of the absorbent side of that particular panty liner?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 41-3-1S2, originated from a single individual. Due to the limited data detected from 41-3-1S2, the comparison to the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is inconclusive. Due to the limited data detected from that same item, the comparison to Fotis Dulos is inconclusive. Michelle Troconis is eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from 41-3-1S2.
And is it also fair to say in DNA supplemental report number 9, you concluded that Lauren Almeida, Pavel Gumieni, Petros Dulos, and Noel Dulos were eliminated as well?
Correct. And due to the limited data detected, the comparison to Constantine, Christiane, and Theodore are also inconclusive.
I want to just read a stipulation, paragraph 13 of State's Exhibit 103. State Police Exhibit 154, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Michael Butin on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one FedEx envelope, color white, containing 2 altered Connecticut license plates, seized from the scene storm drain at 1344 Albany Avenue, Hartford, Connecticut. It was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 96. So I'm opening up State Trial Exhibit 109, the folder, State Police Exhibit 154, lab submission 96. And I'm just going to display this. Lab 96, 1S1. These were photographs that it came to your attention that these particular license plates and the FedEx envelope that contained them were in a sewer drain. Is that correct?
Yes, that was in the description, yes.
So I want to just direct your attention to DNA report number 6, supplemental report number 6. Were you able to generate a profile on either of these license plates or the FedEx envelope?
Light brown, I think it's called Lab. And
Repeat
then
the numbers,
I think
please.
Jennifer had like
It's
a
DNA
little
supplemental report
dog,
number
like a
6.
Sorry, the
chihuahua or
item
something.
numbers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
96, And did one of the
1,
dogs
96, 2,
get
and
ill?
96, 3.
Yes.
Which one?
No DNA
Um,
profile was
the-
obtained from any
the
of
lab,
those
the big one.
swabbings.
Okay, so was the
License
lab
plates that
still
were
living
found
in
in the sewer
Fort
drain.
still living at Fort Jefferson Crossing at that point?
Yes.
And did you actually end up taking the lab to the veterinarian?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dulos go with you, or did you take it on your own?
I took it on my own.
And did there come a point in time when you spoke with Mr. Dulos about the dog's health?
Yes.
Approximately how long after you took the dog to the vet was that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Approximately how long after you took the dog to the veterinarian was that?
I don't remember exactly. I want to say a day or two after.
And what did you say to Mr. Dulos?
I asked him, how's Beckham doing?
And was anyone else present for this conversation?
Michelle.
When you say Michelle, you're referring to the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Where did this conversation take place?
I believe was, I walked out of the office door in between the garages and they were standing there.
And what did Mr. Dulos say when you asked if Beckham was,
He said that Beckham is ill and he's gonna have to put him, said something like, can you believe that Jennifer won't even let the kids come over and say goodbye to the dog before we put him to sleep?
did you respond to that comment?
I don't remember.
And you indicated that the defendant was present. Did she say anything at that point?
Yes.
Tell the jury what the defendant said.
She said she should be buried right next to this dog.
And when you say she, what exactly did she say?
Can I use bad words?
Yes.
She said that bitch should be buried right next to this dog.
And what was her demeanor like when she said this?
I think she was trying to cheer Dulos up. He was like heartbroken that his dog is about to be put down.
How did he react when she said this?
I believe he just look at her.
Now, in 2019, what type of vehicle did you own?
Red Toyota Tacoma.
How long had you owned that vehicle?
I don't remember. I believe I bought the car in like 2012,
And if it, what year was it?
2001.
So it was a used vehicle when you purchased it?
Yes.
What condition was it in when you purchased it?
What do you mean by that?
Well, was it, I think everybody's probably bought a used car that wasn't in great condition. I mean, was it running? Was it?
Yeah, it was okay.
And was this your only personal vehicle?
Yes,
Was it registered in your name or your wife's name?
my wife's name.
And would you use that vehicle for work-related things?
Can you repeat the question?
Would you use that vehicle for work-related things?
Yes,
Did you have any side jobs in 2019?
yes.
What type of side job did you have?
I would do like decks, small roofs, some siding repairs, windows replacement, things like that on the weekends.
And specifically with respect to the Tacoma, did you have any side jobs for which you used the Tacoma?
Yes, snow plowing.
And was your Tacoma modified in any way to account for the snowplow?
Yes.
Tell the jury how it was modified.
I have I It's called snowplow mount. It's basically big metal piece underneath the front bumper that the snowplow attaches to it.
And would you leave that on the Tacoma even not
Yes.
in the winter months?
Yes.
Now, I want to turn back to Ford Group. What was your official title with Ford Group when you joined them in 2016?
Project manager.
And approximately how many projects would you say you would manage at any given time while working for Ford Group?
Mostly one at a time. Sometimes those two.
Where did Ford Group own properties while you worked for them?
I'm not sure if Fort Jefferson was owned by Ford Group or it was not. But I know they own 585 Deer Cliff, 80 Mountain Spring Road, and 61 Sturbridge Hill Road.
How about 88 Mountain?
88,
Mountain?
yes,
And also they had built the house at 77 Mountain Spring Road, is that correct?
that's across the street from 80.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Were you a part of that build at all?
no.
How many project managers work for Ford Group?
Over what time, Your Honor? Check.
From your time working for Ford Group beginning in 2016 until 2019, did the number of project managers vary?
Yes,
And at any given time, how many project managers were there as a minimum?
one.
And so were you always a project manager for Ford Group?
Between 2016 and 2019,
Yes.
yes.
And who were some of the other project managers during that time period?
Andy Loomis, Stefan Rage, Guillaume Vidalet, Matt Byrne. I think Lauren or Maria at some point.
And would some of these project managers leave Ford Group and come back, and what was the dynamic like?
No, I don't think anybody was leaving and coming back now.
Okay, so if they left, they left.
Yes.
How did Mr. Dulos treat you as his employee?
Okay, the thing with him was, he was very hard-headed. He didn't like people. They say no to him. That's the easiest way to say.
Well, did you enjoy working for Ford Group?
It was a good job, good pay.
Why did you like working there?
I like to do that kind of stuff.
When you say that kind of stuff, you mean manage projects?
Building houses, manage projects.
You indicated that Mr. Dulos could be hard-headed. Did there come a point in time where you built your own house?
I renovated.
And that's the house that you currently live in?
Yes.
And did you ever have any discussions with Mr. Dulos about whether or not Ford Group would be a part of that renovation?
He offered me help. Yes.
Did you accept his help?
No, I refuse it
Why?
because I want my house to be done the way I wanted to get it done. I don't want him to say that you got to do things this way or that way. Like he was very stubborn about things.
Did you ever socialize with Mr. Dulos outside of work?
No.
And I'm using socialize in the broadest terms. Did you ever attend Greek Easter at his house?
Yes.
How often?
I want to say I went there 2 or 3 times.
Do you recall what years you went to Greek Easter at Mr. Dulos' house?
Could have been 2017, 18, and 19.
Why did you go to Greek Easter?
He was inviting everybody.
Did your wife attend?
I think once.
Did you feel sorry for Mr. Dulos at any point? And that's why you attended Greek Easter?
Objection. Relevance.
Relevant counsel.
Well, the relevance, Judge, is that it provides the reason why Mr. Gumeni went to Greek Easter in the first instance. It explains his presence, and if I may proffer, he's going to indicate that he went because Mr. Dulos's family was not present.
Well,
Still not relevant.
that question by itself is not relevant. Court is not foreclosing the avenue. Just saying.
When you went to Greek Easter in 2019, were any of Mr. Dulos's children present?
2019?
Yes, sir.
No,
Was Jennifer Dulos present?
no,
Did he ever tell you whether or not they would be present?
I think he mentioned that to me, that that Jennifer won't let the kids come to Easter because Michelle and her family is there.
Now, what days of the week did you work at 4 Group?
Monday to Friday,
What were your typical hours?
8 to 5, but it wasn't set hours. I was basically given a project and you know, if I was there from 9 to 6 or 8 to 5 or 7 to 4, it didn't matter.
Mr. Dulos wasn't clocking your time, in other words? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you a salaried employee?
Yes,
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Dulos's priority was simply that the project be completed on time?
yes,
So whether you worked 35 hours or 40 hours in a given week didn't
Yes.
really matter to him. Is that fair to say?
correct.
Now, you mentioned that you renovated a house in Simsbury. How many times well, firstly, let me ask it this way. Did Mr. Dulos ever go to your house?
Yes,
How many times?
twice.
Did you consider Mr. Dulos to be a close friend?
No,
He was your boss.
yes,
You mentioned your personal vehicle, the Toyota Tacoma. Did 4 Group own any vehicles in 2019?
yes.
Tell the jury what vehicles 4 Group owned.
It was white Jeep Cherokee, Chevy Suburban, and Ford Raptor
And where would these vehicles be kept?
at Fort Jefferson.
Now, in terms of the vehicles themselves, specifically the 4 Group vehicles, when you would go to a job site, would you use your personal vehicle or would you use a 4 Group vehicle?
Ford Group vehicle
And where would you get the 4 Group vehicle?
at Fort Jefferson.
Working at 4 Group, when would you typically take possession of a 4 Group vehicle?
Monday morning,
And so if you take possession of a 4 Group vehicle on Monday morning, how long would you have it for?
for the whole week until Friday afternoon.
Why would you hang on to a 4 Group vehicle for the entire week?
So I could leave straight from Simsbury, from my house to the job site, to New Canaan, without stopping by the office.
And you mentioned New Canaan. Was 4 Group working on a project in New Canaan in May of 2019?
Yes,
What project was that?
61 Sturbridge Road.
If you took possession of a 4 Group vehicle for the entire week, where would you leave your vehicle?
At Fort Group office, Fort Jefferson.
Would you use the same 4 Group vehicle each week?
It varied sometimes.
Tell the jury why it would vary.
I like to drive the Jeep, and I believe Michelle liked to drive the Jeep, and Fortis wanted me to drive the Jeep because it was better on gas, and I guess he didn't want me to put that kind of mileage on the Ford Raptor, which was more expensive vehicle.
But were there times where you would take the Raptor?
Yes,
What would be a situation in which you would take the Raptor for work?
If I need to move some bigger items, they would deliver to Fort Jefferson, like toilets, vanities, stuff that wouldn't fit in the Jeep.
And where would you leave your Tacoma key during the work week?
It was drawer in the kitchen or at my desk up in the office.
Now, you mentioned that you would drive straight to projects. Did you ever return to the Ford Group office during the week?
Sometimes.
Why would you go back to the Ford Group office during the week?
Some paperwork, invoices, basically to, touch bases with Dulos about project and things like that.
If you returned to the office during the week, would you take your Tacoma home or would you continue to take the Raptor or whatever vehicle you were using?
I would continue to take whatever vehicle I was using.
Now, in May of 2019, was your Tacoma experiencing any mechanical difficulties?
Yes.
Tell the jury what mechanical difficulties your vehicle was experiencing.
So the truck has trouble starting, was leaking oil, I believe, from power steering. The check engine light that was on, it had multiple problems.
Did Mr. Dulos ever drive your Tacoma?
Yes, he did.
How do you know?
I would find like Starbucks coffee cups in it, and I was telling him not to drive it because the car was having mechanical problems, and I was concerned that he's gonna get an accident or something.
On your insurance.
Yes.
Did Mr. Dulos ever call you about any mechanical issues with your Tacoma?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall the exact day. I want to say about 2 weeks prior to May 24th.
What did Mr. Dulos say to you?
He called me and he said that he can't start the truck. How do you start it? What's wrong with it? And I told him it's the starter really. He asked me if it's the battery. The battery is not good. I said, no, just keep turning the key. My start is to start earlier.
Did you express to him not to drive your vehicle at that point?
Prior to that.
So were you surprised when he was calling you, asking you how to start the vehicle?
Yeah, he wouldn't listen. He would drive it anyways.
You mentioned earlier to the jury that your Tacoma was leaking oil in May of 2019.
Yes.
For approximately how long it had been leaking oil?
I want to say I discovered it about a month earlier.
Did you tell Mr. Dulos that the vehicle was leaking oil?
Yes.
Why did you tell him that?
Because I didn't want him to stay in his driveway.
And when you told Mr. Dulos that your vehicle was leaking oil, what, if anything, did he say back to you?
He said, let's park it in the garage or on the grass area. It's fine, but let's park it in the garage.
So at that point, he did not ask you not to park the car at Fort Jefferson Crossing, correct?
No.
You had mentioned that you were working on a project at 61 Sturbridge in New Canaan.
Yes.
What type of property was 61 Sturbridge?
Residential.
And what type of work was Ford Group doing at that location?
Building a house.
And when you say building a house, there was a house already there, is that correct?
Yeah, that house, Ford Group demolished that old existing house and built new one.
And were there any subcontractors working on that property as well?
Meaning when?
In May of 2019, were there any subcontractors that Ford Group was paying to do work at the house?
Yes.
Tell the jury which subcontractors those were.
I don't remember. There was a painter, gutter guy, I believe siding guy, landscaping guy.
And what were your responsibilities with respect to that particular property?
I was managing it
And how many days a week were you there?
most of the days.
How long had you been managing the project for in May of 2019?
Since the beginning. So probably for a year.
And did you do any work on the property as well?
Yes.
What type of work would you do?
Like installing mirrors, door hardware. I believe I cut down big tree on front of the property. That kind of stuff.
Was that typical in your role as a project manager to do smaller jobs like that?
No,
Why were you doing it on this particular property?
I like to spend time on a job site and just might as well being there.
And do you remember approximately how many other projects Ford Group was working on in May of 2019?
I believe that was the only one. There was some bidding at 88, but the work hasn't begun yet.
And was 61 Sturbridge the only project that you were working on at that point?
Yes.
Now, did there come a time when Mr. Dulos asked you to move your vehicle to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
Yes.
Tell the jury how that happened.
I believe he called me. I'm not sure about the date. It was at the day when Stefan Reich and his girlfriend came in for dinner. And he called me and asked me if I was coming down to the office and if we could move the Tacoma to 80 Mountain Spring Road.
And I believe you indicated you can't recall the date, but you recall Stefan Reich and his girlfriend.
Yes.
Where were they present?
When I came back from 80 Mountain Spring Road with Dulos in the Raptor, and then I was pulling out of Fort Jeffers Crossing, I believe Stefan pulled in with his car, and we talked for a minute.
Now, I want to talk to you about this for a second. You indicated that you came back from 80 Mountain Spring Road with the Raptor.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention now to the week of May 20th, 2019, Monday, May 20th. Did you have the Raptor for that particular work week?
You mean May 20th, the whole week?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall when you picked up the Raptor?
I believe it was like a week prior to that.
So May 13th.
Yes.
Why did you have the Raptor for 2 entire weeks?
I don't remember. I think it had something to do with moving door slab from one of the contractors to 61 Sturbridge.
So would it be fair to say then that you had the Raptor over the weekend of the 18th and 19th? Or to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dulos tell you why he wanted the Tacoma moved to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
No.
Was that the first and only time you were ever asked to move the Tacoma to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
Yes.
Where did you meet up with Mr. Dulos to do this?
I pulled into Fort Jefferson, the garage door was open, and he was ready to leave.
when you say he was ready to leave, where was he? Where was your Tacoma?
Believe my Tacoma was in the garage, and I just pulled into the parking lot with the Raptor.
And at some point, did he leave Fort Jefferson Crossing with the Tacoma?
Yes, he just told me to follow him.
And did you follow him?
Yes,
And did you follow him in the Raptor?
yes.
Approximately how far away is 80 Mountain Spring Road from Fort Jefferson Crossing?
I want to say 5-minute drive.
Not terribly far?
Oh.
Did the two of you head straight to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
Yes,
And did you drive one behind the other?
I believe I was a little bit farther behind him. They took me some time to turn around or something. I don't know.
Did you ever ask Mr. Dulos why we're moving the Tacoma to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
No,
Why not?
I didn't. I thought it might be he was upset the oil is leaking in his garage. I don't know. I didn't ask.
You indicated that you were following behind Mr. Dulos. Did you arrive at 80 Mountain Spring Road at approximately the same time that he did?
Yes,
And did you see him park your Tacoma?
yes.
Can you describe for the jury how he parked the Tacoma?
So he pulled in around the garage and turned the truck around like he was ready to leave, and parked it on the side of the driveway. The parking spot.
And when you say ready to leave, did he back
So,
it
so the front of the truck was facing,
outward?
yeah,
And after he parked the vehicle, what happened next?
he got in a Raptor and we drove back to Fort Jefferson.
Now, did you ever socialize with Mr. Dulos and the defendant, Michelle Troconis, at the same time?
What do you mean by that?
Let me sharpen my question a little bit. Did you ever ride dirt bikes with the defendant, Mr. Dulos?
Yes,
Firstly, how long have you been riding dirt bikes for?
me personally, I learned when I was a kid. So 35 years.
And how did it come to be that you ended up riding dirt bikes with the defendant and Mr. Dulos?
Can you rephrase the question?
How did you, how did that gathering end up happening? Did they invite you or what happened?
Yes, one of the days, I believe the first time I went for a ride, it was just with Dulos
Where did the two of you ride?
at the Power Lines Trail behind Fort Jefferson Crossing.
For the beginners, it's probably a good time to take the morning recess.
Yes,
Ladies and
Judge.
gentlemen, we will stand in our morning recess until 11:35. Please do not discuss the case.
This Honorable Superior Court is now open and back in session.
Please be seated. Thank you.
Judge, before we proceed, I got to put something on the record because I'm a little concerned. I had filed back on January 10th, I filed a memorandum with my motion in limine about the hearsay of Mr. Dulos and other alleged co-conspirator. And I cited cases such as State versus Vesicchio, Vessichiio, which itself relies on a Second Circuit case going back to 1969, Guinea, United States versus Guinea. It's a Second Circuit case. And I know Your Honor disagrees, but I thought it was settled law in Connecticut that before any co-conspirator hearsay, alleged co-conspirator statements hearsay comes in under the exception, the court was required to make specific findings that are based on things besides the statements. In other words, the court excludes the statements and then determines whether or not there is a finding by a preponderance of the evidence, and the court must actually make that finding that there is a preponderance of the evidence independent of the hearsay, that the court must decide that first that a conspiracy existed, that the declarant and the defendant were participants in the conspiracy, and that the statement was made in furtherance of the conspiracy. And I submit that so far that none of those things have been shown. The court has disagreed, but I need to put that on the record because, you know, if this has been the law of Connecticut since I think I started practicing, and the court is disagreeing, again, I don't know what to do other than, again, to move for a mistrial because I just don't know what to do.
Well, counsel, you've been in practice for many years. If the court were to determine there was a conspiracy, how could you argue at the time the state rested its case for a motion for judgment of acquittal when the court has already found a conspiracy?
Well, that's a good point, but first it's by a fair preponderance of the evidence, which is of course a lower standard, number one. Number two, that presumes that that precludes a motion for judgment of acquittal, which of course I would then be making as well at the conclusion of the state's case. This is just a preliminary at a lower threshold. And again, that's only determining that there's a conspiracy as to, I'm not even arguing it, we don't even know which crime. I'm only assuming based on the evidence that would be a conspiracy to commit murder would be the only charge. At this point, it would have to, maybe the state has more evidence, but at this point, the court would have to make that determination. And I understand what Your Honor is saying. I thought what the court said is it's up to the jury, and that's not my understanding of the law. And that's why I feel I have to make that motion because I wouldn't say I could teach evidence because I don't know if I'd be qualified to do that, but I believe I know the rules well enough to at least be able to raise the issue and preserve the record. And that's my concern, you know, because when it comes to something like this, hearsay also has a constitutional imprimatur when it comes to issues of, I can't cross-examine a deceased person. I can't cross-examine people who aren't even in the room. And, you know, I'm doing it to protect the record, so I just want the court to understand the reason that I feel I have to do that.
Thank you. Does the state wish to respond?
Judge, just that, again, I wasn't offering it for a hearsay purpose. That's our position legally. And I think, frankly, you know, the defense's objection with respect to the confrontation clause is not well taken at all. Because number one, if we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, but merely to show that Mr. Dulos was concerned about the cameras, it's not testimonial in nature, and therefore the confrontation clause is not implicated in the first instance. But even assuming we were offering it for its truth, which we're not, there's certainly no evidence that the declarant, Mr. Dulos, made this statement in anticipation of any criminal proceeding. So quite frankly, I think the confrontation clause argument is severely misplaced, Judge, and I'd ask that the court deny the defense's motion for mistrial. I've never experienced so many motions for a mistrial over evidentiary issues. I'm not sure why the defense keeps moving for mistrials on evidentiary issues, Judge, but I would just ask that the court once again deny their request for a mistrial. Their objections are not well taken.
Thank you. The motion for a mistrial is denied. We can bring the jury back in.
I would just note, without my having a standing objection to the hearsay, then, without my having to jump up and interrupt, if the court would at least allow that to proceed in that fashion.
Well, before we bring the jury out, the court noticed that counsel did not object to certain other statements that were allegedly made by Jennifer Dulos. And essentially, the court had to consider whether those statements were made during the course of and in furtherance of the conspiracy. From what the court has heard so far, from all of the hearsay that has been admitted, some of those statements were not in the course of and furtherance of the conspiracy. However, counsel did not object.
Some of them might have been admitted for a reason that if I objected, I knew that Mr. McGinnis would have a response, especially questions. I always believe that if somebody asks something, that's not hearsay, because it's not a statement. So if I ask, what time is it? That's not a statement of the time, that's just an inquiry. So there were times when, and there may be other reasons that if it's unimportant, I don't want to interrupt, because there's also reasons not to object to everything that might be hearsay.
Well, that's interesting, Judge, because earlier when I was examining Mr. Gumini and Mr. Dulos asked the question, is this cameras? The defense objected on grounds of hearsay. So I guess within the last 10 minutes, they've changed their position with respect to whether or not in question constitutes hearsay. I object to any sort of continuous objection, Your Honor, because as the defense aptly pointed out, this is an area where we agree. Not every statement that I'm offering is for the truth of the matter asserted. In fact, much of what Mr. Dulos said is not being offered. Much of what Mr. Dulos is alleged to have said in this case is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So it need not meet any hearsay exception. So I think if counsel has an objection to specific things, then he should raise them at the time so the state, so the record is very clear, has an opportunity to respond and indicate what the purpose of the offer is.
Well, Your Honor, that's absurd, because there's speaking objections that are being allowed where the state is being narrating what they're going to get in, regardless of the court's ruling. It's on this issue of things that Mr. Dulos said that I'm asking for a continuing objection. If the record were later show that some of these statements would have been admissible under other exceptions, that's for a different court, not for this court. But for me to have to object every time that hearsay is being elicited through this witness, and I'm assuming that's going to go on for the rest of his testimony, that's my concern.
Well,
Judge,
in this court's view, a continuing objection puts the burden on the court to determine what should be objected to. The court does not carry that role. If there are objections to be made, counsel is obligated to make them. The court is not going to carry that burden that counsel can ably carry. Do you wish to be heard, counsel?
no, Judge.
You can bring the jury in. Council stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Mr. Gamini, good morning again. Mr. Gamini, I wanted to just go back to your 2001 Toyota Tacoma for a moment. In 2019, were the original Tacoma seats in the Tacoma?
No,
What types of seats were in the Tacoma in May of 2019?
I believe Ford Focus.
Were those Ford Focus seats in the vehicle when you purchased it?
No,
Who put the Ford Focus seats in the vehicle?
I did.
Why?
When I bought the car, I bought it from a mechanic, and they were just dirty red. And I decided to change it.
And do you recall where you purchased the seats?
It was mechanic in New Britain. I don't remember. But it was the same one I brought the Jennifer Range Rover to.
I believe where we left off prior to the break, you indicated that you had motorbiked or dirt biked with the defendant and Mr. Dulos. Is that correct?
Yes.
How many times did you do that?
Once just with Dulos and once with Dulos and Michelle.
And I believe you referred to an area as the power lines.
Yes.
Where is that area?
So back left corner of Fort Jefferson, there was like a small trail that was connecting to it.
And how large was the trail?
Miles.
Can you describe the trail for the jury?
It's a wide gravel road made for power line company, big trucks.
And approximately when did you dirt bike with the defendant and Mr. Dulos?
I can't remember. There had to be, I don't know, 2 weeks, few weeks before that, maybe month.
And I want to just be clear, when you say before that, what are you?
Before May 24 of 2019.
Incidentally, did you own a dirt bike when you came to America?
No,
When did you get a dirt bike?
I purchased that dirt bike from Michelle Troconis year or two prior to 2019.
What type of dirt bike was it?
It was Honda 250L, I believe.
How long did the three of you dirt bike for?
A few hours.
Was it fun?
Yeah.
And was this the only time that you had sort of seen Michelle Troconis outside of a formal work event?
I saw her at the Easter party. And like the Hobby Awards, but I guess that's considered work.
What are the Hubby Awards?
There was meetings with all the builders that would get awarded for best project, you know.
What year was this?
It was happening every year.
And was Ford Group invited every year?
Yes,
And was there a year that Ford Group actually got an award?
pretty much every time.
And would you attend?
Yes.
Who else would attend?
Whoever was managing
Your Honor, I
them.
would object to the vagueness. There's no time frame over the years.
Well, it would happen every year. Is the testimony. The witness said he worked for the Ford Group for a certain number of years. And the question the court assumes is, did you go every year? That's what the court would assume. The logical question would be to respond to counsel's concern.
why don't we talk about 2019? First of all, when were the Hubby Awards typically held?
When?
Yeah, what month?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether or not there was a Hubby Awards in 2019?
I don't recall it, no.
Okay. How about 2018?
Yeah,
And who attended in 2018, if you recall?
it was me, Andy Loomis, Michelle Troconis, and Flores Dulos.
Now, Andy Loomis, would he have been, I guess, your counterpart on another project?
He was managing 80 Mountain Spring Road and 77 Mountain Spring Road. That was his project.
In May of 2019, what were the status of 80 Mountain Spring Road and 77 Mountain Spring Road?
They were finished.
And when a project is finished, what happens then?
It's on the market, waiting for potential buyer.
And were there any realtors that Ford Group would work with usually?
Yes. One of them was Stefan Rach. And there was a few other ones. They came and go, but I don't remember their names.
Were there open houses at the projects?
Yes, every now and then.
And would you ever attend?
Yes.
You mentioned that you had purchased a dirt bike from the defendant. Where would you typically keep the dirt bike?
Typically would be on my house.
And so if you kept the dirt bike at your house, where would you normally ride it?
I just play around with my son a little bit on backyard.
Do you recall whether or not Mr. Dulos and the defendant invited you to dirt bike with them?
Yes.
Incidentally, how long had Mr. Dulos been dirt biking?
He was not an experienced rider. I think he purchased his first dirt bike right after he met Michelle. Oh, right after Michelle moved into, or maybe before she moved in, but around that time.
After you rode dirt bikes with Mr. Dulos and the defendant, what did you do with your dirt bike?
I left it at Fort Jefferson Crossing in the garage.
Why did you leave the dirt bike at Fort Jefferson
It
Crossing?
I was exhausted and just want to go home. So he says like, yeah, just leave it here.
Do you remember what day of the week this was? Was it your intention to return to Fort Jefferson Crossing and take your dirt bike back to your house
When?
on May 24th, 2019?
Yes.
Did you ever tell Mr. Dulos that that's what you were planning on doing?
Yes.
When did you tell him this?
When we moved Tacoma to 80 Mountain Spring Road, and when I was giving him a ride back, I told him if he's gonna be there Friday evening, and give me a ride back so I can get my truck back, and then I can take my dirt bike.
Did you have any conversation that day with Mr. Dulos about what he would be doing on May 24th, 2019?
I believe he told me that's
Objection, hearsay, and again, not applicable to my client.
I am definitely not offering this for the truth, Judge. So it is not hearsay.
Well, ask the question so that the court can determine whether it is.
What did Mr. Dulos tell you about where he would be on May 24th, 2019?
Sounds like hearsay and relevance to my client.
Well, what did Mr. Dulos tell you about where he would be? The response is, of course, going to come from the mouth of the declarant. And if it is hearsay, the court will have it stricken if it's offered for the truth.
And I am not offering this for its truth, just to be very clear about this. So it is not being offered for a hearsay purpose.
So at this point, the objection is overruled.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Dulos about where he would be on May 24, 2019 in the morning hours?
Yes,
What did he tell you about where he would be in the morning hours on May 24, 2019?
he told me not to stop by the office on my way to New Canaan between 7 and 9 o'clock because he's gonna have a meeting with his divorce lawyer.
And would Mr. Dulos occasionally meet with attorneys at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes,
And were you present at times when an attorney would come to visit with Mr. Dulos?
he would always tell me to go get lunch, go check on 80 Mountain Spring Road. He did not want me to be present, and
Was this the first time, however, that Mr. Dulos gave you advance notice that an attorney would be coming to the office?
I believe so, yes.
Would you routinely go to the office in the morning?
No. Every Monday,
Every Monday, you said?
yes.
Now, we've spoken about dirt bikes. I want to talk to you now about bicycles. Did Mr. Dulos own any bicycles?
Yes,
And was there a bicycle that Mr. Dulos owned that appeared to be older?
yes.
What type of bicycle was this?
He told me that's his childhood bicycle. It was I don't remember the name of it. It was French made.
I'm going to object to this as hearsay, and again, it had nothing to do with my client. It's
Well-
not in furtherance of.
Well, first, we'll hear from counsel first.
Judge, again, I'm not offering this to prove it was in fact his childhood bicycle. He's indicating that this is a particular bicycle and attributing certain facts to it, but I'm not offering those facts for the truth. It explains the description of the bicycle, which I'm about to ask.
You can ask about the description. I don't think whatever Mr. Dulos may or may not have said about it, whether it's worth $1 million or worth $1 matters.
Well, the response was, or began this way. Fotis Dulos said, well, previous to that response, what kind of bicycle was it? Was it an older bicycle? Yes. And so, counsel, you may continue the line.
Did you ever see this bicycle?
Yes,
Describe it for the jury.
it was older French made bicycle, dark color. I want to say either brown or black, with like a racing bicycle with the horns on it.
Where did Mr. Dulos keep this bicycle?
In the garage in Fort Jefferson.
Where would he keep it in the garage?
I believe it was hanging on one of those hooks in his garage.
When you say hanging on a hook, where was the hook located?
There were like heavy duty hooks made for bicycles attached to the garage walls.
I want to direct your attention now to Friday, May 24th, 2019. That was the Friday of Memorial Day weekend, is that correct?
Yes,
Incidentally, does your wife celebrate a birthday around that time?
yes,
When's your wife's birthday?
May 30th.
When you began your day that morning, where were you?
I was home.
And can you just refresh the jury's memory as to where you live?
27 Springbrook, Simsbury.
What vehicle did you have when you began your day?
Ford Raptor.
When you left that morning, did you take your cellular phone with you?
Yes,
What was your cellular phone number at the time?
860-716-7363.
You mentioned that you had the Raptor. For how long had you had that vehicle?
Almost 2 weeks.
In 2019, were you aware that the Raptor had what's known as an infotainment system?
What do you mean by that?
Well, do you know what an infotainment system is?
No.
Did the Raptor have the ability to hook up to Bluetooth speaker with your cell phone and things of that nature?
Yes.
Did you know that that infotainment system tracked the GPS of the Raptor?
I didn't.
When you left your home in Simsbury that morning, where did you go?
Straight to the job site in New Canaan.
And the job site was located at 61 Sturbridge?
Yes.
Is it Sturbridge Hill?
I believe Sturbridge Hill Road.
On your way to 61 Sturbridge Hill Road, did you speak to anyone
Yes.
on your cellular phone?
Yes.
Who did you speak to?
My and my wife's friend, Anna.
Approximately how long did you speak with her for?
About 25 minutes.
And without getting into too much of that conversation, it was about whether or not Anna was going to be attending your wife's birthday party, which was scheduled for the next day, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 61 Sturbridge, was anyone else at the location?
I don't remember.
Can you tell us whether or not you met up with any subcontractors at 61 Sturbridge that day?
I don't remember if I meet with anybody at that job site. There's possibility that I met
I'm going to
with.
object to speculation of what's possible.
He's expanding on his answer.
Well, his response was, I don't remember if I met anyone, any subcontractor that day. And then the next sentence was, there's a possibility. Well, the question had been responded to. You may ask another question.
Mr. Gumini, May 24th, 2019 was at the time just another day of work for you. Is that correct?
Yes. It was Friday before a long weekend.
And so because of that, have you occasionally had difficulty remembering exactly what you did on May 24th, 2019?
Yes.
You didn't know someday you'd be in court talking about.
Objection, leading an argument.
Yes.
Well, it's not leading, it's not argumentative. The question is, essentially, has your memory been intact about that day? That's the question. Overruled.
You didn't know someday you'd be in court talking about your whereabouts on May 24th, 2019, correct?
That is.
And you never wrote a timeline about where you were on May 24th.
Objection, leading.
Well, it is a corollary to the previous question. If you cannot remember, a logical corollary is, and you did not memorialize it correctly.
You never wrote a timeline about where you were on May 24th, 2019, correct?
Never.
At the stage of the project that 61 Sturbridge was in at the time, what kind of work was being done at the house, if you recall?
I believe the painter was finishing painting. The landscaping guys were doing seeding grass and installing plantings and things like that. I was installing hardware for doors, mirrors. It was basically done.
Approximately how long were you at 61 Sturbridge for?
I believe I arrived around 10 o'clock and I left I want to say 2:30.
Did you ever meet up or see Mr. Dulos while you were in New Canaan?
No.
Incidentally, have you ever been to Jennifer Dulos's home in New Canaan at 69 Wells Lane?
No.
Did you speak with Mr. Dulos on the morning of May 24th?
No.
Did there come a point in time where you communicated with Mr. Dulos?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that communication.
I believe at some point I sent him text message with invoice. I don't remember the conversation. He responded to me and he asked me what time I'm gonna be back in Farmington. And I responded that it's gonna be around 4:30, end of the day.
And did he also ask you whether any progress had been made?
Yes,
Did you reply to that?
I don't remember.
What was the invoice for?
For landscape,
When you say for landscaping, was there landscaping work being done at 61 Sturbridge?
yes,
Who was the landscaper, if you recall?
Bill Woods.
Approximately what time was this exchange?
I can't recall it. It had to be after lunch hours.
Did you ever leave 61 Sturbridge that day?
It's possible that I went for lunch.
Who would you have gone for lunch with?
Well, again, he only indicates possible, so then the next question would clearly not be, who did you go with, if he doesn't know if he did.
I'll rephrase. You don't have a recollection as to whether or not you went for lunch, correct?
I don't.
Did you go for lunch ever when you were working in New Canaan?
Yes.
Who did you go to lunch with?
Sydney Vienna, the painting.
Where did you go?
There's Chinese restaurant down the road in New Canaan.
And you don't recall whether or not it was on May 24th or a different day, correct?
It's possible.
After you left 61 Sturbridge, where did you go?
I went back to Farmington,
What vehicle were you driving?
Ford Raptor.
Did you stop anywhere on the way?
I believe I stopped by gas station across from Yukon in Farmington to fill up the Raptor.
Now, you've obviously driven the Tacoma and the Raptor for a few years, is that correct? Up until this point?
Yeah.
Did the Raptor take more gas than the Tacoma?
Yes, he did.
Do you recall approximately how much more gas?
I believe Tacoma won't take more than 17 gallons of gas on empty. And the Raptor definitely more, but I don't know how much more. It has a bigger gas tank.
Did you fill the gas tank of the Raptor?
Yes,
Did you get a receipt?
yes,
Did you hang on to that receipt?
yes.
Can you tell the jury why you hung on to that receipt?
I was using a company credit card, and every end of the month I would give my boss Dulos the receipts.
So you paid for the gas with a company credit card?
Yes.
Where was this gas station located?
I don't remember the address. I believe it's Babu gas station or something like that. It's across the street from Yukon.
Yukon?
Yes,
In what town?
Farmington.
After you got gas, where did you go next?
Fort Jefferson.
Approximately what time did you arrive at Fort Jefferson?
I want to say around 4:30, 4:40, around that time.
Later on in the afternoon?
Yes.
And when you arrived at Fort Jefferson, can you indicate to the jury where you went? Actually, let me ask it this way. Where, if anywhere, did you park the Raptor when you arrived at Fort Jefferson?
I must have just pulled straight in between the garages into the parking area.
And after you pulled straight in, did you see Mr. Dulos?
No,
Did you see the defendant?
no,
Did you see any vehicles?
no,
Did it appear that anyone was home?
no.
What did you do next?
I went, I called Dulos to see where he is because we had an understanding that he's gonna help me get my truck that evening. He didn't answer, so I went into the kitchen where I would usually leave the key for Tacoma to see if the key is there. And I saw black iPhone on the island connected and charging, so I thought he might forgot his phone or something. And I went upstairs to the office to look at my desk and his desk if he didn't leave the key for the truck there, and I didn't see him.
You mentioned earlier that it was your intention to get your dirt bike on this particular day. Is that correct?
Yes,
Was that another reason why you wanted the key to the Tacoma?
yes.
Can you explain to the jury why you wanted the key to the Tacoma so that you can bring your dirt bike home?
The Tacoma had a longer bed than the Ford Raptor. Tacoma had a 6-foot bed, and Raptor was only 5 feet, so I don't think the dirt bike would fit in the Raptor. And also, Tacoma being a smaller truck was lower, which makes it easier to load the dirt bike on it.
Did you locate your key in either the kitchen or the office?
No.
Incidentally, how were you able to access Fort Jefferson Crossing if no one was home?
I have a key for the office and the house.
Approximately how long did you have that key for?
Probably since 2016.
After you weren't able to locate your keys and Mr. Dulos didn't answer his phone, what did you do next?
I took the Raptor and I went to 585 Deer Creek.
And 585 Deer Cliff is located approximately how far away from Fort Jefferson Crossing?
It's like minute away.
Now, you listed off several properties earlier that Ford Group owned. Was 585 Deer Cliff Road one of them?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury the condition of 585 Deer Cliff on May 24th, 2019?
It was an old house. There was on the market, I believe, as property only. I think the house was going to be demolished.
And why did you go to 585 Deer Cliff?
I wanted to grab 2x10, basically like a ramp to help me load the dirt bike.
How did you know that there would be a 2x10 at 585 Deer Cliff?
This is where I unload my dirt bike.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said, sir.
This is where I unload the dirt bike when I brought back to Fort Jefferson.
Was it your 2x10?
I don't know. Could it be one from job site? Could it be one of mine?
Where was the 2x10 stored at 585?
In the garage.
Was there anything else in the garage?
Yeah.
What else was in the garage?
Crash, Porsche Cayenne, some big exterior doors, and leftover materials from job sites.
Was 585 almost becoming a storage location for Ford Group at this
The
point?
garage was, yes.
Who owned the Porsche Cayenne, if you know?
I believe it belonged
Objection,
to,
speculation in here, son.
Well, who owned the Porsche Cayenne? The court did not hear what came after that, if you know it. That's what the court thought it heard.
He said, I believe.
Well, the question, who owned the Porsche Cayenne, if you know? Was that the question or was that not the question?
That was the question, sir.
Overruled.
You may answer the question, Mr. Dominion.
can you repeat it, please?
Who owned the Porsche Cayenne, if you know?
I believe was registered on Jennifer Dulos.
And you described it as crushed. What did you mean by that?
It looks like someone hit a tree with it.
Was the Porsche Cayenne functioning at the time?
No,
Approximately how long were you at 585 Deer Cliff during this particular trip?
a minute.
Was the garage door open or did you need a key?
It wasn't locked. He just left it up and opened it.
If it was your intention to take the Tacoma home that weekend, why did you load the 2x10 into the Raptor?
First, I thought I was gonna try to load the dirt bike on the Raptor, but as I was pulling out of 585, I thought maybe I'll stop by 80 Mountain Spring Road and see if the key is in the truck, or maybe Dulos is there, or
And you mentioned that you wanted to see if the key was in the truck. That was where you had gone with Mr. Dulos to park the Tacoma earlier in the week, is that right?
yeah.
Was Mr. Dulos at 585 during this trip?
Yes.
585.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. No,
Was the defendant at 585?
no.
Approximately how long did it take you to travel from 585 Deer Cliff to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
I want to say about 7 minutes. 5.
Fairly quick ride?
Yeah.
When you arrived at 80 Mountain Spring Road, where did you go?
I pull right next to my truck.
And can you just describe 80 Mountain Spring Road for the jury in terms of the driveway and its relationship to the house?
So it's a pretty long wavy driveway. It comes in and then goes around the back of the house.
And where was your Tacoma parked?
Exactly the way we left it the day before.
Now, 80 Mountain Spring Road has a 4-bay garage, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the Tacoma parked in front of one of the garages? Or bays, I should say?
No, it was not close to the garage. It was away from the garage.
Were there any other vehicles present when you arrived?
Yes.
What other vehicles were present?
By Jeep and Chevy Suburban.
Was Mr. Dulos present?
Yes.
Was the defendant present?
Yes.
How did Mr. Dulos react when he saw you?
The way I can say it, look like surprised for a second or two.
How did the defendant react when she saw you?
About the same way.
Where were they located?
So Dulos was standing next to the Suburban, I believe, by the first bay, and Michelle was way back where the Jeep was, like I want to say 15 feet away.
And just to be clear here, when we're referring to the Jeep, we're referring to the white Jeep Cherokee, correct?
Yes.
And we're referring to the Suburban, we're referring to the black Suburban, correct?
Yes.
Did the black Suburban have anything on its roof?
Yeah.
What did it have on its roof?
It's like a trunk. I guess it's called two-roll.
Did you get out of your vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Well, not your vehicle, out of the Raptor, I guess. And did you say anything to Mr. Dulos?
Yeah, I made a comment about his hair.
And when you say you made a comment about his hair, describe his hair for the jury.
He was closely shaved.
In 2019, how were you wearing your hair?
Exactly the same way.
So what did you say to Mr. Dulos about his hair?
I told him, what are you doing? You shave your head. We wearing dirty or work clothes. You're trying to be as handsome as me.
And how did Mr. Dulos respond?
I think he just smiled.
Did you ask Mr. Dulos what they were doing at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
Yes, I did.
And what did he say?
He told me they were cleaning. He told me Michelle was cleaning the windows and he was
I'm gonna
cleaning some
object
stuff
if you're
outside.
said-
Overruled.
You can continue.
He told me Michelle was cleaning the windows and he was cleaning some stuff outside.
How long had you known the defendant at this point? Approximately.
About 2 or 3 years.
And isn't it true that in all those years, you never saw her cleaning a project site?
I don't recall it.
Did you see any garbage bags?
No,
Did you see any cleaning supplies?
no.
Did you ever look inside either the Suburban or the Cherokee?
No.
At that time, referring to your first interaction with Mr. Dulos, do you recall the defendant saying anything?
I don't know.
You mentioned that Mr. Dulos and the defendant initially appeared surprised to see you. Can you describe their demeanor eventually as you continued to interact with them?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. You mentioned that they initially appeared surprised to see you, correct?
Yes.
Did the interaction ever change? Did it become more normal?
Yes, after I made the joke.
And were they both acting normal at that point?
Yes.
What did you do next?
I think I made a comment about the grass that I seeded there a few weeks prior to that.
So you had done some work at 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Occasionally, yes.
Why did you seed the grass?
Dulos asked me to.
And was the grass sort of cornered off at all? Roped off, I guess?
No, I guess when they originally seeded, it didn't take off well, so I had to reseed it.
What was Mr. Dulos wearing at 80 Mountain?
He was wearing light blue jeans with holes in it, and brown shoes. I don't remember the t-shirt.
Do you recall what type of clothing the defendant was wearing?
I believe she was in black leggings, kind of pants.
You mentioned the grass. Did you and Mr. Dulos walk around the property of 80 Mountain?
Yes,
Can you describe for the jury what direction you went?
we went around the front of the house and the back of the house, and we came back to the parking.
Did the two of you speak about the grass at that point?
Yes,
And what did Mr. Dulos say to you about the grass?
I told him the grass looks really good. It took off. He's like, yeah, I think we're gonna sell the house, And it's when we went around the back patio, there was like 2 tracks, I want to say, tire marks when the landscaping guy was doing some work there. He left.
As you were walking around the property with Mr. Dulos, where was the defendant?
Michelle stayed on the parking spot.
Approximately how long did you walk around the property with Mr. Dulos?
I don't know how long does it take to walk around the house. 2 minutes? 3?
After you walked around the house, where did you go next?
We all were standing by the first bay of the garage.
Approximately how close to Mr. Dulos were you at this point?
We were all next to each other.
And if you could just maybe, just for the record, are we talking a couple of feet?
Yes.
And how far away were you from the defendant at this point?
About the same distance as from Dulos, within 2 or 3 feet.
And did you have a discussion with Mr. Dulos in the defendant's presence at that time?
Yes.
What was the discussion about?
I told Dulos if he could give me ride with me to Fort Jefferson so we can leave one of the vehicles and he can give me a ride back so I can get my Tacoma. Because there was 4 cars and 3 people.
And was the defendant present for this conversation?
Yes.
Did the defendant say anything during this conversation about where she was going to be going?
Yeah, after Dulos told me, yeah, let's go, and then and I believe Michelle said that she has to go meet with somebody about some rugs, carpets. The best way I can remember.
What happened next?
I got in a Raptor, and then I put the truck in reverse and I look on the Tacoma and I saw the key from my truck sticking from the passenger row.
So I just want to be clear about this. When you say sticking from your passenger door, was it in the slot for the key?
Yes.
Did you retrieve your Tacoma key at that point?
No, because I figured I'll be back there in 5-10 minutes.
So what vehicle are you driving at this point?
Ford Raptor.
Did you, Mr. Dulos, and the defendant all leave 80 Mountain at the same time?
I left. I didn't see him in the mirror, but shortly after I met with Dulos at Fort Jefferson.
Do you know what vehicle Mr. Dulos was driving at that point?
I believe the Chevy Suburban.
And what vehicle was the defendant driving?
The white Jeep.
You indicated that you left. When you left 80 Mountain Spring Road, if you're coming out of the driveway, did you make a right or a left?
I don't recall if I was backing out of the driveway or I turned around on the driveway, but I would take a right towards Fort Jefferson.
And where did you go next?
I went to 585 Dipler.
And this is the home that has the Porsche Cayenne.
Yes.
Why did you go back to 585?
I want to leave the 2x10 there and my toolbox.
How long did it take you to get from 80 Mountain Spring Road to 585?
5-7 minutes.
Did the defendant or Mr. Dulos follow you to 585 in either of their vehicles?
No.
What did you do once you got back to 585?
I unloaded the 2x10 and my toolbox, and then I went to 4 Jefferson Crossing.
Approximately how long were you at 585 during this trip?
A minute.
You indicated that you went back to 4 Jefferson Crossing. How long did it take you to get there?
Another minute.
Is 585 Deer Cliff closer to 4 Jefferson Crossing than 80 Mountain Spring Road?
Yes.
When you arrived at 4 Jefferson Crossing, what did you see?
I saw the black suburban park in the left bay in the garage.
Did you see Mr. Dulos?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant?
No.
Did you see the white Cherokee?
No.
Can you tell us whether or not the white Cherokee was on the property at that time?
I don't remember seeing it.
And with respect to Mr. Dulos, what did he do when you arrived back at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
I believe he was doing something with his phone, either on the mudroom entry or in the kitchen. Can't remember exactly.
And what happened next?
He got into the Raptor and we went back to 80 Mountain Spring Road
And what was the purpose of going back to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
to get my truck.
Do you recall at this point whether or not you were driving the Raptor or was Mr. Dulos?
I don't.
And approximately how long did it take you to get back to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
It was about the same distance as 585 from 80 Mountain Spring Road, so it's 7 minutes.
When you arrived back at 80 Mountain Spring Road, was anyone present on the property besides you and Mr. Dulos initially?
No.
Did you see your Tacoma?
Yes.
Were the keys still in the passenger door of your Tacoma?
No.
Did you see your keys anywhere on the property at that point?
No.
Did you speak to Mr. Dulos about the fact that the keys were missing?
Yes.
What did Mr. Dulos say to you?
He says that Michelle has a key.
So he knew that she had the keys?
That's what he told me. Yeah.
Did he say anything else to you at that point?
Yes, he asked me if I wanted to just keep the Raptor for the weekend and leave the Tacoma at 80.
Did you want to keep the Raptor?
No,
Why not?
I didn't know if I'm gonna fit the tour bike on a Raptor, and I wanted to take the tour bike home.
So you were willing to try it earlier, but now that you had access to your Tacoma, you wanted your Tacoma back, is that
Yes.
correct? Did you know that the defendant was going to be taking your keys?
No,
Did you tell her while you were all present at 80 Mountain Spring Road that she had permission to take your keys?
no,
Did she ever tell you that she was going to take your keys?
no,
Did Mr. Dulos ever tell you that she was going to take your keys?
no.
After you indicated to Mr. Dulos that you wanted your Tacoma, what happened next?
I believe he called Michelle.
And was that done in your presence?
Yes,
And did he indicate to you whether or not she would be coming back with your keys?
I don't remember.
At some point, did the defendant arrive at 80 Mountain Spring Road with your keys?
Yes.
As you sit here, do you recall what vehicle she was driving when she arrived?
No.
In between the time that you believe Mr. Dulos called the defendant and when she arrived with your keys, what were you and Mr. Dulos doing, if you recall?
I don't recall it. We could have walked down the property, fixing the ribbons, by the driveway, something like that.
And I can't remember if I asked you this, but how long did it take for the defendant to arrive?
I want to say between 5 and 10 minutes.
Who actually gave your keys back to you?
Dulos.
And after he gave you the keys, did the three of you leave again?
Yes.
Which vehicles are everyone driving at this point, if you recall?
I don't know what Michelle was driving. I know Dulos was taking the Raptor that we came in.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I know Dulos was driving the Raptor because we came with the Raptor, and I was taking my Tacoma.
When you got in the Tacoma, did anything seem out of place in your vehicle?
I don't recall it, no.
Did you see anything that appeared to be blood in the vehicle?
No.
Where did you go after leaving 80 Mountain Spring Road?
I went to 585 Dirklet.
Did anyone follow you to 585 for this
Dulos
trip?
did.
Why did he follow you to 585?
I was gonna leave my Tacoma at 585 Deer Cliff, and he needed to give me a ride back to Fort Jefferson
And why were you going back to Fort Jefferson?
to get the Dubai.
How were you planning on getting the dirt bike to 585?
I just drove it.
Did the defendant go back to 585 with you and Mr. Dulos?
No.
When you got back to strike that, did you and Mr. Dulos travel back to Fort Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Approximately how long did that take
From
from 585?
a minute.
And when you got to Fort Jefferson Crossing, what did you do?
I was having trouble starting the dirt bike, so I have to use the battery booster to start it. I was playing around with that for a little bit.
Did Mr. Dulos help you with the dirt bike?
Yes.
How did he help you?
He gave me the battery booster and basically stand next to me.
On all of these trips, including when you were with Mr. Dulos and the Raptor and when he was assisting you at Fort Jefferson Crossing with the dirt bike, can you describe his demeanor for the jury?
It was normal, calm.
Did you see the defendant at Fort Jefferson Crossing at this point when you're jump starting the dirt bike?
I don't recall it, no.
How long did it take you to jump start the dirt bike?
I don't remember.
Did you get it started eventually?
Yes.
And what did you do with it?
I drove it to 585 Dirklet.
And after you got back to 585 Deer Cliff with your dirt bike, what did you do?
I loaded it on the back of my Tacoma, strap it down, put the 2x10 right next to it, and went down to Simsbury.
Did you go home immediately?
No.
Where did you go first?
I stopped by my neighbor's house. He called me earlier and asked me, he was gonna be away for the weekend, and he asked me if he could show me around for that weekend. He's gonna want me to let his dog out because he's not gonna be home.
And did you do so?
No,
Why not?
I think they had some conversation with his wife, and he told me to come back later.
Now, Mr. Gomini, I want to talk to you now about an agreement that you have with the state's attorney's office.
Yes,
Are you familiar with that agreement?
which one?
The grant of immunity?
Yes,
Now, Mr. Gomini, in 2019, did you retain the services of an attorney?
yes,
And what's the name of your attorney?
Lindy Urso.
How did you get referred to Mr. Urso?
I don't remember. It was one of Dulos' lawyers.
When you say one of Dulos's lawyers, you're not meaning that Mr. Urso is one of Dulos's lawyers, correct?
No, it was referred to me by one of Dulos' lawyers.
And in 2019, Mr. Urso had a conversation with then State's Attorney Colangelo, is that correct?
Yes,
And former State's Attorney Colangelo indicated that you may not be charged with the crime of hindering prosecution if you agreed to cooperate with the investigation and prosecution of others in connection with the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos on May 24, 2019. Is that correct?
I believe that was verbal agreement at that time, yes.
And more recently, specifically on December 4th, 2023, the current State's Attorney, Mr. Forensic, put that agreement in writing. Is that correct?
Yes,
May I have this marked for ID?
Yes.
Judge, this is State's 124. I don't think there's an objection.
Is that the original? Or just a copy? I have no objection.
States 124 admitted as full.
Okay, you're gonna, if I may, Your Honor, just.
I haven't endeavored with this machine yet, Judge, so Attorney Manning's going to help me. Okay. Mr. Gomini, have you seen this document before?
yes,
And is this the grant of immunity from my boss, State's Attorney Forensic, to you in connection with this case?
yes,
And it indicates that you will not be prosecuted in connection with this case unless you perjure yourself or act in contempt of court. Is that correct?
yes,
returning 124 to the clerk. Thank you. What did you do on the evening of May 24th, if you recall?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure, May 24th, 2019, after you got home, do you recall what you did?
No.
I want to direct your attention now to that Saturday, May 25th, 2019. Did you and your family have plans?
Yes,
And what were those plans?
it was my wife's birthday party.
Earlier in the day, had you had any communications about selling a lawnmower?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I have an ad on Craigslist, I believe, or that was,
Your Honor, I'm going to object on relevance ground. I don't think this has anything, it certainly has nothing to do with my client. I don't even think it has anything to do with the case.
Well, the court does not know where this line leads, so the court is going to allow some leeway. Overruled.
You remember it was on May 25th,
yes, I'm pretty sure.
and you indicated you had an ad on Craigslist?
I believe it was offer up or Craigslist.
And did you actually sell the lawnmower that day?
Yes,
Who did you sell it to, if you recall?
I don't.
Was it a male or a female?
I don't.
And approximately what time of day was this?
Again, Your Honor,
Well-
it has nothing to do with anything.
Well, we don't know that, counsel. The court is going to ask counsel, where is this going?
Well, I'm just describing his day, Your Honor. It is getting to a phone call that he receives. I'm just walking the jury through the day.
Well, that is not relevant. Sustained.
Do you recall what time your wife's birthday party started?
I believe people will start coming in around lunchtime.
And did you receive a phone call from Mr. Dulos on the 25th?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time of day was this, if you recall?
It had to be in the afternoon.
And do you remember what Mr. Dulos said to you?
That he doesn't have his phone to call him on this phone from now on.
Did he say anything to you about Jennifer Dulos at that point?
No.
I want to direct your attention now to Sunday, May 26th. Did you receive another phone call from Mr. Dulos?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately what time of day you received this phone call?
it had to be in the afternoon.
And was he calling you from that new phone number that he'd given you the night before?
I believe so.
Describe that conversation for the jury.
Dulos told me that Jennifer is missing. I don't recall exactly the conversation. He said that he wishes that she's gonna show up, that would show that she's not capable of overseeing the kids. And he was asking me when I'm gonna be back in work to work.
Were you surprised when he asked you that?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase. Was Monday supposed to be a scheduled off day for 4 Group?
Yes,
And was that in recognition of the Memorial Day holiday?
yes.
So given that you had a scheduled off day, what did you say to Mr. Dulos about when you'd be returning to work?
Tuesday.
Did you see either Mr. Dulos or the defendant the weekend of May 25th, 26th, and including the holiday 27th?
No.
I want to direct your attention now to Tuesday, May 28th, the day that you returned to work.
Yes.
How did you get to work?
I drove my Tacoma.
And do you recall whether or not this is the first time you'd operated it since Friday?
I don't recall it.
Approximately what time did you arrive at work?
Around 8 o'clock in the morning.
And just to be clear, when we say work, you're not driving directly to a project site. You're going to the office at 4 Jefferson Crossing. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 4 Jefferson Crossing at 8 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday, May 28th, where did you go?
I went into the kitchen for Jefferson Crossing. Yeah.
Why did you go into the kitchen?
To ask Dulos what vehicle I'm taking and give him the key to my Tacoma.
And was this your routine every Monday?
Yes. Unless I saw him in the office.
I'm sorry?
Unless I saw him in the office.
When you got into the kitchen, who did you see?
I saw Police Dulos and Michelle Troconis.
And where were they located?
They were standing in the kitchen.
And can you just describe the kitchen for the jury?
So when you walk into the kitchen from the mudroom, there's a big island, kitchen, and dining room, dining table.
And where were they standing?
They were standing right next to the island.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Dulos and the defendant?
Yes.
What did Mr. Dulos say to you?
Dulos told me that Jennifer is still missing. And I believe Michelle said that it could be the lawyers, they playing games.
And so after the defendant said it could be the lawyers playing games, did Mr. Dulos say anything else?
He asked me where was I on Friday.
How did you respond to that?
I told him that I was in New Canaan.
Were you surprised that he was asking you that?
Yeah.
What else did he say?
He asked me if there was any contractors with me. And I told him that I think yes, but I'm not sure.
And did he say anything about writing down your whereabouts?
I'm going to object leading and hearsay.
Well, sustained on leading.
What else did Mr. Dulos say to you?
He asked me if I was calling him that morning.
I'm sorry?
He was asking me if I was calling him that morning.
Calling him from your phone?
Yes.
And after he asked you this, what did he do?
I said, I don't remember. Let me look on my phone. And I pulled my phone out and I started looking on it. And he asked me if he can see it.
And what happened next?
So I handed him my phone and he started looking through my calling history, I guess.
Approximately how long did he have your phone?
I want to say a few minutes, 5 minutes,
And how far away was he from you when he had your phone?
about 6 feet.
What's the defendant doing as Mr. Dulos has your phone?
She was standing right next.
Did Mr. Dulos ever bring up writing a timeline?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that portion of the conversation.
He told me that police took his phone, that he spoke with his attorney, and he told him to write down timeline. And he told me to look through my phone and write down where I was, who was, why, throughout the day.
What did you say when he told you to write down where you were throughout the day?
I was surprised. I told him, and what am I gonna do if police is gonna come over and ask me? I'm gonna pull out a piece of paper and read it to them?
So you did not agree to write a timeline?
No.
Did you find it strange that he was asking you to write a timeline in the first place?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Did you find it strange that he was asking you to write a timeline in the first place?
Yeah, that's why I responded that way.
After you told Mr. Dulos that you wouldn't be writing a timeline,
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
after you told Mr. Dulos that you would not be writing a timeline, did the defendant say anything?
Yes, Michelle said she's not gonna write it either.
Approximately how long did this conversation between the three of you last?
The whole conversation?
Yes, sir.
$15 minutes?
And after the conversation ended, did you give Mr. Dulos the key to your Tacoma?
Yes.
What did you do next?
You mean,
Well, let me back up. The conversation ends at some point, correct?
yes.
And then what do you do next?
I was asking him what vehicle I'm taking, and after going back and forth with Michelle, he told me to take the Jeep.
The white Jeep Cherokee?
Yes,
Incidentally, did you prefer the white Jeep Cherokee?
yes.
Why?
It was smaller, quieter vehicle. The Merritt Parkway that I was driving to and from work, it's a narrow road.
This is probably a good place to stop
Yes,
for our
Judge.
lunch and recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume at 2:00. Please do not discuss the case.
Filing your tax return is different on freetaxusa.com. First off, there are no extra fees for premium or self-employed tax.
This Honorable Superior Court is now open and back in session. The Honorable Judge Randolph. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Judge, good afternoon.
Please be seated. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Your Honor, I first of all want to thank the court for its indulgence. We haven't yet worked out the technical issue. And just by way of background, Your Honor, I intend on playing some residential surveillance footage with this particular witness. It was my understanding that this residential surveillance footage was introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 81. I provided Mr. Schoenhorn with clips of the surveillance footage because we've put them on a separate disc so that we don't have to watch the entirety of the surveillance footage. And Mr. Schoenhorn has indicated a concern that it's his belief that the video, which has been clipped, has been slowed down and is inconsistent with the speed of the original surveillance footage. And so we're attempting to line them up so that we can verify one way or the other whether or not that's correct, and if so, to take appropriate action. So I don't know if the court can give us just maybe 5 more minutes.
Well, perhaps more like 20 more minutes is more reasonable if you have to correct something. Because first of all, you have to determine whether the representation from counsel is accurate. Then if it is accurate, you have to try to sync it.
Well, Your Honor, it is clear that at least one, if not 2 of the clips have been severely slowed down and then speeded up. Question is whether that's a glitch in the original or whether the copy that Mr. McGinnis wants to use has been altered, not by him, but by somebody. So that's what because that would otherwise not be in evidence. That's the issue.
Perhaps what we should do is take a recess until 2:30. If the problem has been resolved before then, one can notify the clerk and the clerk can notify the court and the court can come back into session. So we'll take our recess until 2:30 unless the problem is resolved.
Yes, Judge.
Rise. This Honorable Superior Court is now open and back in session. The Honorable Judge Randolph presiding.
Please be seated. Thank you. Are there still concerns with the video?
Judge, I think we've worked through most of them, and I expect that we'll be fine.
Thank you. We can bring the jury in, please.
Famous last word.
Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, because we are starting a bit late, we probably will not take our next recess until 3:45. Couldn't begin.
Mr. Gamini, where we left off, we were discussing a conversation that you had had on May 28th with Mr. Dulos and the defendant. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
You testified earlier that the defendant had taken your keys from 80 Mountain Spring Road on May 24th, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the subject of the defendant having your keys come up during this conversation on May 28th?
Yes, he did.
Can you explain to the jury how it came up?
Dulos was asking me, how do I come back from New Canaan, and how do we met and all that on that day? And I told him that once I get to 80 Mountain Spring Road to pick up my truck, there was no key for it. And he told me not to mention that, not to mention that Michelle had a key.
So you brought up the fact that your key wasn't in the Tacoma, and Mr. Dulos told you not to mention that Michelle had the key?
Yes.
What were his exact words, if you recall?
I can't remember. Let's not mention that, or something like that.
You testified earlier that there was some conversation about which vehicle you were going to take, and that it was agreed that you would take the Cherokee. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Before taking possession of the Cherokee, did you do anything with respect to your Toyota?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you did?
So I load, I believe, some mirrors and some plumbing fixtures, maybe shower heads. They were delivered to the office. I loaded it into the Jeep so I can take him to New Canaan. And then I went back to my Tacoma to grab my tools and put them in the Jeep. And then when I look back behind the seats, I discover a red bucket with blue, I think it was hoodie or jacket.
Where exactly was the bucket?
Behind one of the seats.
Behind one of the seats?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall which seat?
I don't.
Had you seen this bucket before?
No.
Did you put the bucket, obviously not in the Tacoma if you'd never seen it before?
No, I didn't.
Describe for the jury exactly what was in the bucket.
Your Honor, I think we need a sidebar.
weeks ago, now months ago, well, I should say days ago. There will be times when there is a discussion about evidence that should be heard outside of the presence of the jury because there is no agreement as to whether certain evidence should be admitted, and counsel wish to argue whether certain evidence should be admitted. The reason you would be excused is so that you do not hear what that evidence is. So right now, we are going to excuse you. This is not a recess. Counsel will make their presentation, the court will rule, and then you will be brought back in.
Have you heard, Judge?
Yes.
I think the witness needs to be excused for this, Your Honor.
No objection.
Duane, you may wait outside. Well, first, what the court will do, because at the sidebar, Attorney Schoenhorn began to state his position, so the court will allow Attorney Schoenhorn to speak first.
Yes, Your Honor. What I believe we're about to get into is the discovery of a blue hooded sweatshirt that was found in the red bucket by this witness, who then said that he took it out of his truck and placed it in the laundry room. That's my recollection. This was the subject of extensive litigation. In fact, delayed this case for almost a year. I was represented, just for the court's edification, because I don't know if Your Honor was involved back then. I think it was still Judge White who was handling the case at that time. The issue arose that a hooded sweatshirt was turned over by then attorney Tara Knight, Superior Court Judge Knight, to the police, to the state police. It was tested by the state police, a navy blue hooded sweatshirt, and it had the, if I recall correctly, the DNA in the neck and maybe in the hood, but in the interior of that sweatshirt. Mr. Gumieni denied that that was his sweatshirt, but then later, after I don't know if he consulted with his attorney or not, later said, yes, I actually have that exact same brand in my closet, and that could have been the sweatshirt, but his recollection is that the one that was shown to him was darker than the one he remembers turning in. Now, what makes this more difficult is the state moved to disqualify me because, if Your Honor may recall from the record, it turned out that in the box that was turned over to by Attorney Knight to the state police, there was a letter of conveyance from my office to Attorney Knight regarding at least some of the items that were in that box. This led to their motion to disqualify me, my motion to therefore disqualify the state's attorney's office because it involved the disclosure and use of an attorney-client privileged communication that I submitted was by my client. As a result, I retained an attorney, Attorney Dulos from Bridgeport, who came here, was involved in extensive negotiations. I think the state, Mr. Forensic, brought in a retired state's attorney from Danbury because of the potential of conflict in their office to negotiate. There were several discussions that I was not privy to. I'll just note, I was here for the court matters, but there were a lot of negotiations going on. And as I understand it, I believe there was some writing, which I don't have with me, that it would be as if that sweatshirt did not exist and the case would proceed without us proceeding with regard to that. My recollection is Mr. Dulos made clear that if a sweatshirt was brought up, that agreement would therefore no longer be in effect, and I'd be allowed to cross-examine this witness regarding that. I hear Mr. McGinnis at sidebar saying, well, that's not his understanding. That's my understanding, and I had an attorney. So if we're going to get into this issue, then I would obviously require the presence of Mr. Dulos regarding the agreement, some of which I think was put on a record, if I'm not mistaken. But having said that, there's the separate issue that they're not going to be able to tie in that sweatshirt. It's completely irrelevant, but to the extent that it might be, I would be entitled now here in the whatever week of trial, third, fourth week of trial, just cross-examine this witness about his denial of knowledge about that and how his DNA was in the interior of it, and then later admitting, well, it very well could have after he checked and he realized he had the identical brand sweatshirts in his closet. So that's where we're at. That's why I'm objecting, and I think that it's certainly prejudicial. It's certainly going to raise issues that I want to keep in mind. I denied and disagreed that there was a conflict of interest that would require me to be disqualified. But that started a very lengthy, months-long process with negotiations between then special states attorney Sedensky and Mr. Goulash. So here we are. Here we're about to get into something that I submit is certainly irrelevant to my client, but it will be clearly prejudicial since I would be prevented from cross-examining this witness about his claim with regard to that sweatshirt and his prevarication to the police about it until he gave it some additional thought.
Well, is that agreement in writing?
Judge, if I really want to be heard, Judge.
Well, the court also wants to be heard.
I understand, but.
Not but, counsel. The court is going to be heard. Is the agreement in writing?
It absolutely is.
You may be heard.
Thank you, Judge. And I apologize. I just, as I sit here listening to these arguments, I think it completely distorts the record. And so I apologize to the court for my riding the wave of zeal, but I'd like to just clear up the record once and for all as to this particular issue. In March of 2021, Tara Knight, then Attorney Knight, now Judge Knight, reached out to then Chief State's Attorney Colangelo and indicated that she had evidence related to the Dulos case. Arrangements were made for certain police personnel to go pick up that evidence. When the police personnel arrived at Tara Knight's office, she had a box and she indicated that she was turning over the evidence to them. When they opened the box, there was a letter from Mr. Schoenhorn to Judge Knight in the box, and there was a blue sweatshirt along with some tools. Now, at that point, Attorney Schoenhorn never claimed attorney-client privilege. The evidence was seized. It was subsequently submitted for DNA testing, and Pavel Gumieni was considered, I believe, I don't have the report in front of me, a contributor on that particular blue sweatshirt. Incidentally, the defendant's hair was found on that sweatshirt along with her DNA being on the tools that were in the box, which I think is also relevant here. Attorney Schoenhorn indicated that he would seek to introduce that sweatshirt in evidence in support of, I guess, his theory that Pavel Gumieni was the bicycle rider that was seen on surveillance footage in Exhibit 386, which the court has not yet received into evidence. There's surveillance footage from New Canaan in which a bicyclist rides from the general direction of Waveney Park towards Jennifer Dulos' home. It's our theory of the case that that is Mr. Dulos on his childhood bicycle. I told Mr. Schoenhorn at that point that if you seek to introduce this sweatshirt, which was identified as State Police Exhibit 591 through 596, I believe were the exact item numbers, that it was my position that he would be a witness in the case because he was a necessary witness in the chain of custody at that point. He insisted that he would not concede, that he would not introduce that sweatshirt in the case. We proceeded to file a motion to disqualify him on the grounds that he was likely to be a witness given his stated intent to introduce that sweatshirt into the case. He then hired, he also misstates what Pavel Gumieni said. Pavel Gumieni never said he owned that exact brand. I believe he said, and I'm relying on my colleagues here, Judge, he indicated that he owned similar shirts to that, and he has had similar shirts looking to the one shown to him. So there was never any identification as to the brand. Mr. Schoenhorn hired Attorney Goulash to represent him in a potential disqualification proceeding. Attorney Goulash for months negotiated with myself and Attorney Sedensky to basically get us to agree to not introduce the Weed Street footage, which shows the bicyclist, in exchange for Mr. Schoenhorn not using the sweatshirt during the trial. We refused. And we were prepared to proceed with the disqualification hearing. And you'll recall, Judge, because we actually filed a motion to seal the courtroom, and the court granted the motion to seal the courtroom. Attorney Goulash, at the 11th hour, reached an agreement. And I believe I was actually part of this agreement. I was certainly the one standing there on the record when we effectuated it, that Mr. Schoenhorn would agree to not use that sweatshirt, which was identified as Exhibit 591, or any of the items identified as 591 through 596, i.e. the items that were seized at Tara Knight's office. And in exchange for that, the state indicated, well, that he's no longer a necessary witness. Judge White did an extensive canvass of the defendant on the record, and she waived any potential conflict from Attorney Schoenhorn conceding that he would not use items 591 through 596. There was never an agreement, ever, where the state said that we would not mention the red bucket or the sweatshirt inside of it during testimony. And the reason for that, Judge, is because there is no way, absent Mr. Schoenhorn, I guess, potentially testifying, to say that the sweatshirt which was in that bucket is the same sweatshirt that Mr. Schoenhorn turned over to the state police in March of 2022 through Tara Knight. So I think, quite frankly, this is a huge distortion of the record. The stipulation should be in the clerk's file. I believe and I want to be clear, Judge, and I'm trying my best to stay calm. I am saying this in the strongest of terms, that this is a complete distortion of the record, and I'm just going to pass forward the actual agreement in writing, which begins with stipulation regarding state police evidence items 591 through 596.
Thank you. And this is full already, correct?
Well, Judge, that was a stipulated agreement between the parties. I don't know if it was received.
Out of another proceeding.
Correct, sir. Yes.
The stipulation is in 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph reads, and
First, the court will put this stipulation into context. The stipulation is an agreement that addresses whether Attorney Schoenhorn is likely to be a necessary witness at trial. That's the context of the stipulation. The defendant, this is paragraph 1, the defendant will not under any circumstances introduce any evidence during trial in the above captioned matters concerning a box or its contents which were seized at then Attorney Tara Knight's office on March 23rd, 2021, and logged into evidence as state police items 0591 through 0596. And the parties will proceed as though the contents of the box did not exist. Now, so that the court is clear, the bucket and the hoodie are not contents of the box. That's a question.
There was never any evidence that they were, Judge. And so to be clear, the state does not concede that that's the same sweatshirt. As a matter of fact, when Pavel Gumini was interviewed about it, he indicated that the sweatshirt that he saw was darker in color. And so the only evidence is it wasn't the same sweatshirt.
And there was no bucket in the box, correct?
There was not, sir.
Well, as this was a stipulation between the parties, the court is not going to litigate the stipulation. This is a matter of record. The representation by the state, it is that the bucket and the hoodie were not contents of the box. That's the representation of the state. Attorney McGinnis, specifically as an officer of the court.
Well, I just want to I don't want to interrupt. I just want to be clear. There's no evidence that it was. And so that's my position. And the defense specifically indicated that they would not, under any circumstances, introduce those items. And we offered something in exchange for that. But what we offered was we did not indicate we would not mention the bucket or the sweatshirt that was in the bucket at all. What we offered was to withdraw our motion.
May I respond?
Yes.
At sidebar, I did not say I intended to introduce the contents of the box. What I said at sidebar is this opens the door to me cross-examining this witness about him being shown a sweatshirt that had been tested by the lab. He was told it had his DNA in it, but he claimed he didn't recognize it. He doesn't know how his DNA got on it. And then later, I don't remember, I'd have to go back and look at the report. At a later time, he contacted the police, I can't remember directly or through his attorney, that said, well, wait a minute, I went back and I looked at my sweatshirts that I have in my closet and I realized that very well could be my sweatshirt. So it goes to the right to cross-examine the witness. I and my attorney took the position that there was no basis whatsoever for me to be a witness, since I never intended to introduce the actual sweatshirt. It's on video that this witness was interrogated about it, shown a sweatshirt. It has the initials CMR, which Your Honor now knows are the initials of Christine M. Roy, since we've seen her name and her initials on dozens of items. And therefore, I wanted to alert the court that as a result of that, I would intend to cross-examine this witness about his reaction to being shown a sweatshirt, his claim that he was shown a navy blue sweatshirt and that it was actually the one he saw was lighter than that he recalls. And therefore, it goes directly to the right of cross-examination. But I also want to point out, this is also putting the cart before the horse, because the claim, the court should look at these so-called bicycle videos. It's a misrepresentation that this bicyclist that one sees for approximately 2 or 3 seconds is in any way clear, visible. You cannot tell gender, height, anything. Somebody whizzes by in a camera that's I should note, one of which is stop action. So you see blurry clips. So the fact that this probably is not even relevant anyway, the court should understand this goes down a slippery slope. If it's allowed in, I believe I have the right to cross-examine, and I'm not going to introduce the contents of the box. And that's all I stipulated to. But in addition, if the court, this is the theory. This is the theory that the police made up. There's a bicyclist a half hour away from Wells Lane, riding on a street called Weed Street in New Canaan. It is not even a direct route to Wells Lane, and it's certainly not captured on any cameras near Wells Lane. So to suggest that there is a bucket with a sweatshirt in it, that somehow the court or that the jury should then infer from that from a anonymous bicyclist, that this might be the same thing, when there's no evidence of that, and there's no evidence of a bicyclist arriving at Wells Lane, gets back to the issue of what I would get to cross-examine about.
Well, first, as the court reads the stipulation uses the language introduce any evidence. The court is reading that broadly. The court is not reading that as the first party to introduce this evidence is the party that is introducing this evidence. The court reads that as puts into evidence at any time, even through cross-examination. So, again, the fact that the stipulation reads introduce any evidence does not, in this court's view, indicate that the only way that evidence can be introduced is through other than cross-examination. The state does not intend to introduce evidence of the box. The state is introducing evidence of a bucket and a hoodie in the back of the Tacoma. How we get to the box at Attorney Knight's office is a mystery. In other words, the court is indicating that the fact that the state is introducing evidence of a bucket and a hoodie does not carry us to cross-examination concerning a box in the possession of Attorney Knight. So as the court did not read the second paragraph. In exchange for the defendant's agreement not to introduce said evidence and proceed as though the contents of the box do not exist, the state agrees that the first argument in its motion to disqualify filed on October 11th, 2022 is now moot, to wit, that Schoenhorn is likely to be a necessary witness at trial, and thus there is a compelling need for his testimony. In order for us to even understand the stipulation, we have to understand the distinction between what's in the box and what's in the Tacoma. The state is representing that there's no evidence that what was in the Tacoma was in the box.
And I'm representing to the court that it very well may have, and therefore I'm a right to. He was questioned, forget about the box. he was questioned about a sweatshirt. Because when this sweatshirt was turned in, there was no DNA testing, et cetera, et cetera. He was shown a sweatshirt. He didn't recognize the initials on them that said CMR. I'm just looking at notes right now, because this is a videotaped interview with this witness. I mean, technically, to the extent that it is relevant, I could cross-examine about the contents of the video. There's no mention of the box, if I recall, in that interview. He's shown a sweatshirt. He denies that it's his sweatshirt. He then says, well, this looks darker than the sweatshirt that I recall seeing. The problem is that these so-called blurry videos show a very dark, almost black hooded sweatshirt. So I'm saying this is a slippery slope because it's also putting, as I said, the cart before the horse. The court has to even entertain whether these clips, these fast clips of a blurry bicyclist have anything to do with this case. Anything. There's no one who's going to identify this other than the state claiming that they think it's Fotis Dulos riding on a bicycle. But the only sweatshirt that Mr. Gumieni is shown has his own DNA in it, and he doesn't understand why, and then later says, well, that could be mine.
Again, the court is reading the language shall not introduce broadly. And to put it in lay terms, no mention. That's how the court reads it. No mention at any time. So the court is going to allow the inquiry. Of course, these matters are preserved for appellate review. But again, the court is not going to choke the spirit of the stipulation by using, the court is going to use this term, a noose, for the term shall not introduce. We're not going to choke the stipulation for it simply to mean other than in cross-examination. We can bring the jury back in.
I'm not sure I understand. Does that mean the court is precluding me from cross-examining this witness about his interrogation by the police regarding them showing him a dark sweatshirt?
If that is contents of the box, yes.
Well, to be honest, I don't believe that the video indicates where it came from. I'm assuming that's what they showed him, but again, just based on the chronology. But I want to be clear that the court is precluding me from cross-examining the witness about being shown a sweatshirt that they told him had his DNA. They denied it was his, later said it might be his, but it was a different color. It was darker than the one he recalls seeing in a bucket.
McGinnis.
Judge, the defendant precluded herself when she entered into this agreement. Mr. Schoenhorn precluded himself when he entered into this agreement in exchange for the state withdrawing a very colorable motion to disqualify. And it is the height of disingenuousness to stand here and say, they showed him a sweatshirt from the contents of the box that I've agreed not under any circumstances to mention and proceed as though it doesn't exist, and then to cross-examine him about those very contents.
The court is in agreement with the characterization that it is the stipulation that precludes the cross-examination, not the court. We can bring the jury in.
council stipulate?
Yes, Judge.
You may proceed, Attorney McGinnis.
Mr. Committee, I can't remember exactly where we left off, but I think you were discussing a bucket that you had found in your Toyota Tacoma. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was inside the bucket?
I believe it was like hoodie or jacket, blue color.
And what color was the bucket?
Red.
Can you describe the bucket to the jury in terms of its size?
It was smaller than 5-gallon bucket with like a, like little nose in it, like cleaning bucket that you can, it makes it easier to pour it to water to a smaller container.
Did you notice anything else in your vehicle at that time?
No.
What, if anything, did you do with the bucket?
I took the bucket and I went upstairs through the office. I didn't see Dulos there, so I left it in the laundry room. And then I believe I saw him on my way back when I gave him back the key to my Tacoma, and I told him that I left the bucket in the laundry room.
Did he say anything about the bucket?
I said like, thank you. I don't recall it.
After you had this conversation with Mr. Dulos, what did you do?
I went to work, went to New Canaan.
Back to 61 Sturbridge?
Yes,
And what vehicle did you take?
the Jeep.
Where did you park your Tacoma at Fort Jefferson Crossing prior to leaving?
I believe I left it at the grass parking spot.
Now, this week began Monday, May 27th. I want to talk to you about other things that happened during that week, if I could. Did there come a point during that week where you helped the defendant move firewood?
Yes.
Do you recall exactly what day that was?
No.
But you can tell us it's sometime the week of May 27th?
I believe so, yes.
Where were you moving firewood from?
He has woodshed on right back corner of his property.
And did the topic of Jennifer Dulos' disappearance come up?
Yes,
Who brought it up?
Michelle.
And do you recall what the defendant said to you about Jennifer Dulos' disappearance?
Yes, so Michelle was upset that her and her daughter pictures were posted by the news online. And she said, I'm gonna kill that fucking bitch when she's gonna turn up. And I said, don't say that. And she said that she's gonna be suing the news. She's writing down who posted what pictures. And I believe at that time, Dulos walked out of dining room door, and then he was asking us, it like became awkward. He asking us, well, what are you guys doing? And Michelle said, nothing, we're just talking. Like, this is how the conversation ended.
And Mr. Gumeni, you've recently disclosed that conversation, is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you decide to recently tell my office about that conversation?
Those things, I didn't think, people say those kind of things and they don't mean it. And I just wanted to minimize my involvement in all this.
When you say minimize your involvement, what do you mean?
Like I said, I didn't think that I was supposed to say those kind of things, I guess.
Did there come a point in time that same week where you had a conversation with Mr. Dulos about your vehicle?
Yes.
Do you recall what day this was?
I don't. Ever since I gave police my phone, I basically couldn't recover exactly the dates and times of what things happened when.
Can you give us an estimate as to when this conversation took place?
I believe it was either Tuesday or Wednesday.
Tell the jury, firstly, where that conversation took place.
At Fort Jefferson.
Why did you go back to Fort Jefferson?
When I switched cars on Monday, I left my truck at Fort Jefferson and I forgot to take my vape charger from that truck to transfer it to the Jeep.
Attorney McGinnis, at this point, the dates have not been cleared.
Certainly. You indicated that you believe this conversation took place on Tuesday or Wednesday, so that would have been either May 28th or May 29th, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So you went to get your vape charger, and maybe for those of us that don't know, vaping is electronic.
Sorry, can you repeat it?
Vaping is electronic cigarettes?
Yes.
And you had a charger in your truck?
Yes.
Approximately what time did you arrive at Fort Jefferson Crossing?
I don't remember. It had to be after lunch.
When you got to Fort Jefferson Crossing, was anyone home?
I didn't see anybody, no.
And because you didn't see anyone, did you make a phone call?
Yes.
Who did you call?
Dulos.
And did he answer the phone?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury about that conversation?
So I call him and I ask him, where's, like, photos, you have my truck? And he says, yes, I'm coming back from the car wash. And I told him, you wash my truck? He says, yes. I said to him, thank you. Did you get it fixed too? I made a joke out of it. He says, no, just wash.
And did he indicate whether he was coming back to Fort Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, he said, I'm coming back from the car wash.
Did he arrive back at Fort Jefferson Crossing? Approximately how long between your phone call with Mr. Dulos did he arrive at Fort Jefferson Crossing?
I don't know. Not long, a few minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
And on which date is this, please?
He's indicating either Tuesday the 28th or Wednesday the 29th.
Thank you.
You're not sure which date, correct? And when he arrived at Fort Jefferson Crossing, where did he go?
He parked the car on the grass parking area.
Were you able to view your Tacoma?
Yes,
How did the exterior appear to you?
it was just wash.
And when Mr. Dulos parked the Tacoma, what happened next?
He opened the door and he started playing with the side handle on the seat. And he told me, what's up with this? This doesn't work. The seats are not original. He told me, they look ghetto. You should get rid of them. You should change it. And I told him, yeah, I know it's, you know, the truck has other problems. I gotta get to it. It's leaking oil and things like that. And I told him, I'll get to it. But he told me, no, you should change the seats. You should fix the truck, sell it, or lower the price, and sell the truck. I'll give you a good deal on the Jeep.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
The court does not hear it as being offered by counsel for the truth of the matter asserted.
That's correct, Judge.
Overruled.
And I told him, I don't want your Jeep, I need something that's all-wheel drive for snow plowing.
You indicated lower the price on your vehicle. Were you trying to sell your vehicle?
I had that in mind for like a year to upgrade it, to get a better truck, but I didn't post it anywhere or
You told us earlier that you actually would use the Tacoma for snow plowing in the winter. Is that correct?
yes,
So having a vehicle that had the ability to hold a mount for a plow was important to you?
yes.
And would the Jeep Cherokee have been,
It was two-wheel drive. It's just not. The Jeep Cherokee wasn't all-wheel drive, and
did Mr. Dulos mention you go to a dealership also?
I believe that he mentioned that to me on another day.
When Mr. Dulos arrived back from the car wash, was he alone?
Yes,
Did you see the defendant at any point during this conversation with Mr. Dulos about the car wash?
I don't recall it now.
Now, after you had this conversation with Mr. Dulos, did you take your Tacoma key back?
I believe when he got out of the truck and he was telling me about the seats, he handed me the key.
Now, did he tell you why he was giving you the key?
No,
What did you do with the key?
just put it in my pocket.
And did you go home that evening?
Yes,
What vehicle did you take home?
the Jeep.
When you were speaking with Mr. Dulos, did you have a chance to look inside the vehicle also?
When I was when I got in there to grab my Jew charger, I looked inside. Yes,
And how did the interior of the vehicle appear?
it looked clean.
How many years had you been leaving your Tacoma at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
When I was managing projects around Farmington area, I would not drive company vehicles as much. So mainly there was 2 projects that I did in New Canaan and I believe Darien. There was 175. I can't remember the address. So I want to say like a year, maybe year and a half.
And had Mr. Dulos ever washed your truck?
Prior to that day,
Yes.
No.
Had he ever had the interior of your truck cleaned?
no.
Did you ask Mr. Dulos to do either of those things?
No.
Now, after you went home with the Jeep, did there come a point in time that same week where Mr. Dulos called you about your Tacoma?
Yes.
Do you recall what day that was?
No.
What did Mr. Dulos say to you in that conversation?
He said, he called me and he told me, the news are here. Your truck is outside. I don't have a key.
If I may, Judge, it's being offered to explain why he went back to 4 Jefferson Crossing.
Doesn't sound like it's going there.
Well, the question was, what did he say? And the response, the beginning of the response was, the news is here. Can you sharpen the question, please, Attorney McGinnis?
Did Mr. Dulos in that conversation ask you to do anything?
Yes.
What did he ask you to do during that conversation?
He asked me to come up to 4 Jefferson and take my truck home or park it in the garage.
And did he tell you why?
because the news were there. And he didn't have a key.
Did you go to Fort Jefferson Crossing?
Yes,
Who did you go to Fort Jefferson Crossing with?
I asked my wife to give me one.
Now, by this point, you knew that Jennifer Dulos was missing, correct?
Yes,
Were you nervous at all about the fact that Mr. Dulos had washed your truck?
not until I have this next conversation with him.
At this point, were you suspicious that Mr. Dulos was involved in?
Your Honor,
this?
I'm going to object. This is now leading and irrelevant. But certainly you could ask him how he reacted, but he's asking legal questions.
Well, the testimony so far is that the court is characterizing the testimony. Mr. Dulos had kept the Tacoma out of the possession of the owner for a period of time. And the next question characterizes, were you suspicious having heard that Jennifer Dulos had disappeared?
The previous question, if I may recall, was that he went and picked up the car and his wife brought him there. So it wasn't about there was nothing about him keeping the vehicle at that time. He had taken the key. He was asked to take the car because, quote, the news was there. And then we get into, well, he was suspicious at this point. And that's what I'm objecting.
Well, the court understands counsel's concern, but the evidence already is that at some time before this conversation, Mr. Gumani wanted his truck at a certain time and it wasn't given to him. And so the question as the court hears it is, taking all of this into account, including the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos, did you become suspicious? Overruled.
Mr. Gumini, at this point, were you suspicious that Mr. Dulos was involved in the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos?
Not at this point, no.
Can you tell the jury why not?
I knew this guy for a very long time, and I trusted him that he was a good guy.
I want to direct your attention now to Thursday, May 30th, 2019. Did you have another conversation with Mr. Dulos about the seats?
I believe that was the Thursday that when I had the conversation, yes.
What was the date again, please, Counselor?
May 30th, 2019.
Thank you.
How did that conversation begin?
I believe he started with telling me if I wanted to go down the road to the Chevy dealer and see if I can buy a small Chevy. And I told him that I don't like Chevys, I like Tacoma. And he told me, he asked me where can I buy seats? Junkyard? And I told him, yeah, I think I can get them in the junkyard. He told me, go to junkyard, get Tacoma seats or some other seats, pay cash, and I'll reimburse you for it. And then there was conversation about work. He asked me what I was gonna do tomorrow, and I told him I have to go to New Canaan. I believe I had to meet with the guard guy, and I had some other things to do over there. And he told me yes, so go do that, and after go to junkyard and buy seats. And he told me if I call you or if we talk about it on the phone, let's not call it seats, let's call it hardware.
Was this conversation that you were having with Mr. Dulos in which he referenced the term hardware in person or over the telephone?
I believe in person
Do you remember where it was?
at Fort Jefferson.
Do you remember about what time of day it was?
I don't.
When Mr. Dulos indicated that he wanted to refer to the seats as hardware, how did you react?
I didn't know what to say. I was shocked. I didn't say anything.
Did you agree to try to find seats?
I did next day I did went to the junker.
After this conversation, were you growing nervous or suspicious about Mr. Dulos?
Yes.
So why did you agree to go to a junkyard?
I didn't want to lose my job. I had a wife, 2 kids. He was my main income, health insurance. And on top of all that, I have a non-compete signed with him. So if I lose my job, I'll have to move out of state, basically. There was a guy who used to work for him and quit his job, and then he was going after him really hard with the non-compete.
When you say he was going after him really hard, you're referring to Mr. Dulos going after the former employee really hard? Is that correct?
Yes.
What were your plans for Friday, May 31st, 2019?
I was gonna go and meet with the gutter guy at 61 Sturbridge, and I have some things I was doing at 61 Sturbridge, and I believe in that week I had a flood in the basement. I might have brought some dehumidifiers and set them in the basement.
And had you been in communication with Mr. Dulos during the course of that week about the project at 61 Sturbridge?
Yes, I believe so.
And would that communication have been over the telephone?
Yep.
Approximately, well, did you travel to 61 Sturbridge on Friday, May 31st?
I believe so, yeah.
What time did you arrive?
I don't remember.
What would it have been, morning, afternoon, evening?
It would have been morning.
And when you arrived, what was going on at the house?
I believe the gutter guy was there. I met with him, and I could have set up the humidifiers in the basement.
Approximately how long were you at 61 Sturbridge?
I believe I left shortly before noon.
Was the gutter guy still there?
Yes.
After you left 61 Sturbridge, where did you go?
I was driving back towards Farmington.
And are you still in the white Jeep Cherokee at this point?
Yes.
When you were on your way back towards Farmington, did you receive any phone calls?
I believe Dulos called me, yes.
What did Mr. Dulos say to you?
He asked me if I was gonna go and get the hardware, meaning the seats.
Was this the first time he had referred to the seats as hardware with you over the telephone?
I believe so, yes.
What were you thinking as he said this?
Objection.
Well, what were you thinking when he said, are you going to go get the hardware? Ground.
Speculation, irrelevant. what he was thinking. For all I know, he was thinking about going to the movies.
Well,
Maybe I can ask.
the question can be asked in a different way. So as asked, sustained.
Mr. Gimeni, when Mr. Dulos referred to the hardware, were you thinking about going to the movies?
No.
What were you thinking?
Again, and speculation and relevance.
Well, the witness would know what he was thinking. However, what can be asked, because what the witness was thinking may not have become what the witness acted on. So perhaps it can even be a sharper question.
After Mr. Dulos asked you whether or not you'd taken care of the hardware, what did you say?
He said, I'm gonna go and look and see if I can find any.
Were you feeling nervous at this point?
Yes, I was, trying to figure out what's going on.
How was Mr. Dulos acting with you on the telephone? Was he acting normally? Was he acting out of the ordinary?
No, I'm going to object to the word acting. There's a way to ask this question, but how does he know how he's acting over the phone?
Well, counsel is left to the manner in which he wishes to ask the question. So that's overruled.
How was he acting, sir?
He was speaking normally.
After this conversation, where did you go?
I went to junkyard,
Which junkyard?
Troconis in Connecticut.
Approximately what time did you arrive at the junkyard?
I'm guessing around maybe 1 o'clock.
And when you got to Chuck and Eddie's in Southington, what did you do?
I was just walking around and thinking about what's going on. Why does he want me to change the seats? I was trying to analyze him that Friday when I met with him on the 24, and I was trying to thinking like, how do I get out of it, not to get fired basically, and not to change the seat.
Did you end up purchasing seats at the junkyard?
No.
How many vehicles does Chuck and Eddie's have?
I don't know. I guess probably 400.
Did you walk around the junkyard?
Yes.
Did you decide not to purchase any seats?
Yes.
Incidentally, you testified earlier that you referred to Mr. Urso by one of Mr. Dulos' attorneys. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever speak with Mr. Dulos or his attorney at the same time during that week of May 27th?
I did.
And did the subject of your green card status come up during that conversation?
Over the phone, no.
Did it come up at any point?
Yes.
When did it come up?
I don't remember the date. He sent me.
Let's just be clear. When you say he, who's that?
Dulos. Send me. I believe his lawyer phone number and his best friend Mark Marcial. And he told me I send you some phone numbers in case if you get approached by police or something, don't talk to them. Call the lawyer, have them talk to the lawyer. And I told him I can just talk to them and I can just tell them what I was like. Why do I need a lawyer for? And he told me that no, you don't understand. You're on your green card here. You don't want to talk to police. They're gonna put you in the corner. They're gonna ask you questions. They're gonna lie to you. They're gonna threaten you that they're gonna arrest you and deport you out of here. You don't want to do that. Just have them talk to the lawyer.
How did you feel as he was saying these things?
Your Honor, could we get a time frame first of all, and second of all, it's I thought he said it was an email. Now it's sounding like it's a telephone conversation, which I'm not sure I understand. And then third, how does he feel about that is irrelevant.
So
Well,
Judge,
first, if the whole thing is irrelevant, we need not address the first two. Overruled.
how did you feel after this conversation about your green card status?
Well, I don't think he said anything. The question had it.
Well, this is now the question. If the other question was different, apparently it has been abandoned. So you can ask the question again, Attorney.
How did you feel after this conversation about your green card status?
Well, I'm going to object. I don't believe his answer said anything about his green card status.
Well, the response was, you don't want to talk to the police. They'll put you in a corner. They'll lie. And something about the green card.
Also that he would be deported.
To overrule.
You may answer the question.
I just told him, I said, I don't understand why you don't want me to talk to the police. I can just tell them where I was and what's going on.
How long did you walk around Chuck and Eddie's for?
I want to say like an hour, maybe two.
And did you eventually leave Chuck and Eddie's?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went to second junkyard. It was more like a used parts junkyard. And I asked the guy there at the register if I gave him my year and model of my Tacoma, and I asked him if he has the seats for that kind of truck. And he told me yes. They were like $150, and you can have them in 2 days.
If you were growing increasingly suspicious about Mr. Dulos, why did you go to the second junkyard?
Because I was like thinking about what's going on and how to get out of it. And I wanted to go back to the office and tell them that I can't find him and I can't change it.
Did you make a deal with the person at the second junkyard for the seats?
No.
After not making the deal, what did you do?
I stopped by one more body shop in, I believe it was Plan B or Bristol.
And what did you do there?
I asked the guy if he has some seats for my truck and then if he can fix some mechanical issues.
And did he have seats?
He showed me 2 vehicles and told me you can have those. And I told him no.
After this third junkyard, what did you do?
I went back to the office.
Approximately what time of day was this?
I want to say 3:30, 4 o'clock, maybe 2:30. I can't really remember.
And on what day is this, Attorney?
Friday, May 31st, correct?
Thank you.
Yes.
When you arrived at Fort Jefferson between 3:30 and 4 o'clock, where did you go?
I went upstairs to the office.
When you got into the office, was anyone present?
Dulos was, yes.
Did you speak with Mr. Dulos at that time?
Yes.
What did you say to Mr. Dulos?
I just couldn't hold him anymore, and I just went off on him. I told him, what's up with my truck? Why did you clean it? And he smiled at me and says, because you were never going to do it. And I told him, seriously, why did you clean my truck? And he says, don't worry about it. There's nothing going on. I went to Jennifer's house for Mother's Day. I gave her a hug. I hold the cat. And then I came back, and then I was having the same clothes, and I was driving the truck. There might be hair in it or something. I just want to clean everything. The police might come in. They find something, they then destroy my name, destroy the company name. No one's gonna ever want to build it with me. And I said, why you want me to change the seats? What's up with the seats? And he said, like, can we not talk about it? Can you just do it? And then he keep on pressing me on it. And then
Let me stop you there. When you say he keeps on pressing you and pressing you, can you describe his demeanor for the jury?
yeah, he like he was growing angry and he keep on saying like, you gotta do it. Can you do it?
Did he appear scared?
At a little bit later point.
After he pressed you, did you make any suggestions to him?
Yeah, he become scared and angry when I told him that I went to couple junkyards. I can't change him because I don't physically have him. I couldn't buy him. And what do you want me to do? And then he kept pressing, and he was growing angry. And I finally said, the only seats I can think of would be the Cayenne seats. And he says, yeah, do that.
And just to refresh the member's memory, the Cayenne is the Porsche Cayenne at 585 Deer Cliff Road?
Yes.
And after Mr. Dulos said, yeah, do that, what happened next in the conversation?
I went to 585.
Well, let me ask you this before we get there. Did Mr. Dulos offer to help you?
Not at this point.
Okay. So what happened next?
I went to 585 and I opened the door. There was like two huge exterior house doors right next to the Cayenne. I had to move those. I opened the door. I got into the Cayenne and the battery was dead and I couldn't, the seats were electric. I couldn't move them back and forth to get to the bolts. So I was like, screw that. I went back to Fort Jefferson and I told him, listen, the seats are electric. The battery is dead. I can't move him. I can't do it. I'm not gonna do it. He says, no, you gotta do it. Get the battery booster, get the wrench and get him, take him out, change him and get rid of him so nobody will ever find him. And then I think this is when he offered me, I'm gonna go with you, I'm gonna help you.
And after he said, get rid of them so no one will ever find them and offered to help you, did you accept his help?
No.
Mr. Gamini, Did you ever directly ask Mr. Dulos whether or not he had killed his wife?
No.
Why not?
It wasn't fitting in my head that he'd have been capable of doing such thing. And I just didn't want to lose my job.
Why did you think you would lose your job?
Because he would get angry with me.
After this conversation with Mr. Dulos, what did you do next?
I went to 585. I connected the battery jumper. I moved the seats back, and then I couldn't. I didn't have the kind of wrench, so I went down to Advance Auto or AutoZone store down the road in Avon, I believe. And I got the wrench, and I came back, and I unbolted the seats, put them in the Jeep, pushed the big doors back into the garage, closed the door, and went back to Fort Jefferson.
And when you say you took the seats and put them in the Jeep, we're referring to the Jeep Cherokee, correct?
Yes.
What area of the Jeep Cherokee did you put the seats?
I believe I folded down one of the folding seats on the back, and I used the trunk area.
How long did it take you to remove the seats?
Like with that time that I went to AutoZone and all that,
No, the actual time to physically remove them, once you had the wrench.
I want to guess like half hour maybe.
And after you put the seats in the Jeep Cherokee, where did you go next?
Fort Jefferson.
Is this a good time to break, Judge?
Yes, we'll take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Till 4 o'clock, please do not discuss the case.
This court is now open and back in session.
Please be seated. Bring the jury in, please. Counsel stipulate.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
May I inquire? Mr. Gumini, where we left off, you had put the Cayenne seats inside of the white Jeep Cherokee. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes,
And after you did that, where did you go?
I drove back to Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Approximately how long did it take you to get to Fort Jefferson Crossing?
1 minute.
Can you describe the road Fort Jefferson Crossing for the jury?
It's I want to say dead end road, like with like a cul-de-sac on the back, on the end. So it kind of goes in. There's houses, and then there's like a turnaround, and then goes back out.
So would it be fair to say that there's only one entrance and exit to Fort Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
When you turn onto Fort Jefferson Crossing, is Fort Jefferson Crossing on the right or the left if you're driving?
The Fort
I'm gonna
Jefferson
object.
Crossing.
Driving from where?
Well,
it's one
it's
entrance.
a one entrance to Fort Jefferson Crossing, so if you're driving, the court understands it to be, if you're driving towards Fort Jefferson Crossing, is it on the right or the left?
That's correct, sir. Is it, if you're driving to Fort Jefferson Crossing, would it be on the left or the right?
Again, I'm sorry.
Counsel,
the
you
street
can't
goes-
come in, you can't come into Fort Jefferson Crossing jumping over the cul-de-sac. There's one entrance.
But driving, you turn left or right, depending on whether you're going north or south. So that's why I don't understand
The
the
court
question.
understands the testimony that you can't enter Fort Jefferson Crossing by any other way than the one way that leads in.
If I may just explain, Your Honor, it's my understanding from the maps that, and I've been there, Jefferson Crossing intersects with Eli Road. And we're talking about entering Jefferson Crossing. You can go from the left, turn left, or if you're coming from the other direction, you turn right. So I'm just finding the question confusing.
Well, the court understands the question to be, once you're on Jefferson Crossing, is 4 on your left or on your right?
That's correct, Judge. Once you're on Jefferson Crossing, is 4 on your left or your right?
On the right.
And are there any houses before Fort Jefferson Crossing? Or is
Yes.
it- What address is that?
I believe it's 2 Jefferson Crossing.
And when you were driving towards Fort Jefferson Crossing and it's on your right, did you see anything?
I saw a couple cars with some people there.
Did you know who they were?
Not at the first look, no.
Did you think that they were police officers?
Could have been.
How fast were you driving at this point?
I was going pretty slow.
Did you stop at Fort Jefferson Crossing?
No.
Why not?
I saw cars there, and I just didn't want to bother anybody, and I just kept driving.
Mr. Gumini, was the fact that you had these seats in the back of your Jeep also a factor in not stopping?
No.
Where did you go after you passed Fort Jefferson Crossing?
I went to the end of the road, I turned around, and I was slowly driving back.
And as you were slowly driving back, as I understand it, Fort Jefferson Crossing would now be on your left hand side. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where were you going at that point?
I was driving back slowly, and the police came to the road, and they signed me to stop.
And did you stop the vehicle?
Yes.
How many police officers approached you?
I don't remember. I want to say 3 or 4.
Do you remember a trooper named Detective Michael Butin approaching you?
Yes.
Did Mr. Butin ask you where you were, did Sergeant Butin ask you where you were coming from?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I believe I told him I was coming from New Canaan.
Why did you tell Sergeant Butin that you were coming from New Canaan?
I don't remember. I could have misunderstood. I could have not. I don't remember.
Had you been in New Canaan earlier in the day?
Yes.
Were you asked to step out of the vehicle at any point?
Yes.
And what happened when you were asked to step out of the vehicle?
He asked me if there is, if I have any drugs or if there's any weapons in the car.
And what did you say?
I said no.
Did you give permission to search the vehicle at that time?
He asked me if they can look or search the car, and I said yes.
Were you nervous at this time?
I don't know. I mean, my heart is going. I just had a heated conversation with Dulos, and I was just removing the seats and fighting with the big doors in the 585.
Well, let me ask you this: were you concerned about the fact that the police were at Mr. Dulos' home?
I didn't have time to think. It was just everything was happening fast.
And did you tell Sergeant Butin at that time that you were, well, strike that. Did Sergeant Butin ask you about the seats in the back of the Jeep?
Yes.
And what did you tell him you were doing with the seats?
I told him that I removed them from the crash can at 585, and I was planning on putting them in my truck.
Did you tell him that you were doing that at Dulos's instructions?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the leading nature.
Well, it is leading, but you can
I'll
rephrase it.
withdraw, I'll actually withdraw that, Your Honor. So, go ahead.
Did you tell him that you were doing that at Dulos's instructions at that time?
No,
Why not?
he didn't ask.
And why didn't you offer it?
I didn't want to get into that. I didn't know what to do.
Was a request made of you around this time?
Can you?
Sure, I'll try to sharpen the question. Were you asked to call Mr. Dulos?
Yes.
Do you remember who asked you to call Mr. Dulos?
I don't recall who did it. I believe could have been Detective Butin, or it could have been, I can't remember the other detective name, older.
Did you meet a Sergeant Al Bisson?
Yes.
So it could have been Detective Butin or Sergeant Bisson?
Yes.
And did you call Mr. Dulos?
Yes.
Did he answer the phone?
Yes.
What did you say to Mr. Dulos?
I told him there's the police is here and they wanted to talk to him.
And did he indicate where he was?
I don't recall if he told me that or he told the detectives that, but I found out that he was at the pond where he water skis and he's coming back.
When you'd spoken to Mr. Dulos earlier in the day about the seats, did he indicate to you at that time that he'd be going to the ponds later in the afternoon?
No.
What time of night is this, or what time of day is this?
I don't remember. It had to be around 5 o'clock maybe.
And did one of the troopers actually take your phone and walk away with it?
Yes,
How long did they have the phone for?
a few minutes.
And when you gave them, did you give them the phone at that time?
Yeah, when I started talking to Dulos, he asked me like, let me talk to him. And then I just handed him the phone.
And were you asked to go to the pond at that point?
Yes,
Do you remember who asked you to go to the pond?
I don't.
What is the pond?
It's a self-storage area with like a lake on the back where Dulos and his friends go water skiing.
Had you ever been water skiing with Mr. Dulos?
No,
Had you ever been water skiing with the defendant?
no.
What was your purpose in going to the pond at approximately 5:00 p.m. on May 31st, 2019?
I was asked to go and pick up Michelle with her daughter and her mom, I believe.
And where did you go to the pond and pick them up?
Yes,
Was that in the Cherokee?
I believe so, yes.
And where did you bring them initially?
Where?
Yes.
Back to Fort Jefferson.
And was there additional police presence at Fort Jefferson at this time? Or the same amount of police presence?
I don't remember.
Did you eventually bring anyone to a hotel?
Yes,
Who did you bring to a hotel?
Michelle mom and Michelle daughter.
Approximately how much time elapsed between when you were first stopped by Detective Newton and when you left Fort Jefferson Crossing to bring the defendant's mother and daughter to the hotel?
I don't remember. Maybe an hour.
I want to direct your attention now back to the Cayenne seats, which were in the Jeep Cherokee. After you dropped the defendant's mother and daughter at the hotel, where did you go?
I went home.
And when you went home, did you change the seats?
Yes.
Explain to the jury where the Tacoma was when you arrived home in Simsbury.
I don't remember if it was in the garage or he was standing outside. It was out of my house.
And when you changed the seats, can you just describe that process for the jury, how you went about doing that?
So I unbolt the Ford seats that were installed in Tacoma. I took them out and I put the Cayenne seats in, and the legs of the seats, they won't match the Tacoma holes in the floor. So I had to cut out the bottom rails off the Ford seats to transfer them to the Cayenne seats. And I removed the seat cover from I believe the driver's seat and the sponge, so I could get in there with the angle grinder, and I didn't want the seat to catch on fire because it creates a lot of heat and sparks. And I took some additional measurements and I just left that. Like I was like, I just stopped doing it.
Well, when you say that you took the seat cover off, what you believe to be the driver's side seat.
Yep.
Are you referring to the Ford seats that were in your Tacoma, or are you referring to the Cayenne seats?
The Ford seat that was in the Tacoma.
And were you able to get both Ford seats out of your Tacoma?
Yes.
At that point, what did you do with the Cayenne seats?
I put them in a Tacoma and I put the Tacoma seats next to my truck in the garage.
Were you able to fully install the Cayenne seats into the Tacoma?
No,
Why not?
because the holes pattern with the Tacoma, they weren't matching. Like I couldn't bolt it.
So what did you do with the Cayenne seats?
I just put them in the truck and I left them there.
Did you put them on top of anything?
No, I just put them in the cab like where they belong. Just didn't bolt them down.
The Ford Focus seats that you removed from your Toyota Tacoma, you indicated that you put them next to the Tacoma?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why you did that?
I wanted to keep him just in case if there's anything going on with the truck. If the police is asking about it, I just wanted to keep him next to it.
Were you concerned at this point that those seats may have been used in a crime?
I have my doubts, but I still couldn't fit in my head that Dulos would go and do something to Jennifer.
And do you recall whether or not you were in touch with Attorney Urso that night also?
I don't remember that. I know at some point somehow I got connected with Attorney Urso, but
Well, I want to fast forward to June 2nd, 2019. Did state police personnel show up at your home?
that was Sunday.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Do you recall who showed up?
Detective Newton, and I don't remember the other detective name.
Approximately what time did Detective Newton and the other detective arrive?
I don't remember.
By June 2nd, 2019, had you learned that Mr. Dulos had been arrested?
Yes,
How did you learn that?
I believe I saw it on the news.
And did you also learn that the defendant had been arrested?
I believe so. Yeah.
Now, did Detective Butin and the other detectives speak with you about your whereabouts on May 24th, 2019?
Yes,
And did Detective Butin indicate that he would be seizing your phone?
yes,
And did he ask for consent to search the phone?
yes,
And were you willing to provide consent to search the phone?
yes.
And I believe, is it true that Attorney Urso spoke with Detective Butin and the other detective at that time on the telephone as well?
Yes.
And did you end up agreeing to have them take your phone?
Yeah, so first I agree, and I told them, let me just call my lawyer and just make sure this is okay. And I believe Urso told me, if they want to seize, they can seize, but they need a warrant to search it. And I told them, listen, I have nothing to hide. I rather give him sign the paper or whatever it was, so they can download it and give it back to me quickly. And he agreed with it.
And so did Detective Butin take the phone?
Yes,
And you now know that that phone has been downloaded, correct?
yes,
And is it true, sir, it's been brought to your attention that there were deleted items on your phone?
police told me that, yes.
Deleted items relating to search.
Object to leading nature.
Well, first question was, are you now aware that there were deleted items on your phone? The answer was yes. Now, the question is, those deleted items were or referred to, well, the intermediate question is, do you know what the deleted items were?
He indicated the police told him.
Counsel, the intermediate question is, do you know what the deleted items were?
Now,
That's a yes or no.
Do you know what those deleted items were?
No,
Did the police tell you that there had been searches related to the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos on your phone?
at some point, yes.
Did you do any searches on the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos?
I'm sure I did, yes.
Do you know how those items were deleted from your phone?
well, objection. He didn't know what was deleted, and now he's being asked, does he know how? So I object.
The witness testified he didn't know which items were deleted. So this is not the best witness to determine which items were deleted. So sustained.
Mr. Gumini, you had what type of phone in 2019?
I believe that was iPhone 6.
And did you ever clear your search history on your phone?
All the time.
Why?
I just am in the habit of doing that. I must have been someone told me a long time ago that there might be slowing down my phone or something.
When Detective Butin was at your home, did you tell him about the Ford Focus seats that were in your garage, detached from the Tacoma?
I don't believe we have the conversation then, no.
Why didn't you tell Detective Butin about the seats at that time?
I didn't want to talk to them without the presence of my lawyer about that subject
Why not?
because I was on my green card and I was worried that I might be charged with something.
And did you tell them that you would speak to them again with your attorney present?
I told them, I asked him to set up a meeting with me and my attorney, and I can tell him give him some more information.
Where was the Tacoma parked when Detective Butin was at your residence?
It was in garage.
Did Detective Butin and the other detective ever go into your garage at that time?
No, they asked me about the license plate and where the truck is, and I told them it's in my garage, and I don't remember the license plate.
Now, did they eventually leave your house?
Yes,
And did they return the same day?
I believe so, yeah.
Approximately how long after they left your house did they return?
Don't remember.
Why did they return?
Well, I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. How would we
Well,
know why?
well,
they-
Foundation sustained.
Did the detectives tell you why they were returning?
I don't remember.
Did the detectives indicate to you whether or not they would be taking the white Jeep Cherokee?
Again, I'm going to object to the hearsay nature and the leading question.
Well, the focus of the questions right now is, did the detectives tell you the reason they returned? And so if the objection is hearsay, the court is not certain it is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If the objection is hearsay, it's overruled.
Did the detectives tell you that they were going to be taking the white Jeep Cherokee?
Yes.
Incidentally, why were you still in possession of the white Jeep Cherokee?
I don't know. I just have it. I just took it home that Friday and it was just at my house.
Do you recall a tow truck coming to your house and taking the Cherokee?
I don't recall seeing the tow truck, but yeah, they took the Jeep, so it must show up at some point.
And did there come a point in time later on that same week where the police came to your house again?
Yes.
And I'm referring specifically for the members' benefit to the week of Monday, June 3rd, 2019. Do you recall exactly what day that week they returned?
No.
Do you remember who came to your house?
I don't.
Does Sergeant Albisson sound familiar?
Yes.
And were you home when they arrived?
Yes.
What time of day was this?
I don't remember.
Did Sergeant Bisson make a request of you?
Yes, he was asking me if there's access to the power line trails from the main road. And I told him that I know of at least 2 places where you can access.
And so did he ask for your help in locating those places?
Yes.
And did you agree to go with him?
Yeah, he asked me if I can take my vehicle and go with him.
And what vehicle did you take?
Eventually, I took the truck.
When you say eventually, you tried to use your wife's vehicle first?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you do that?
Because the truck seats were attached to it, and I just figured that, you know, my wife's vehicle would be better to drive.
Now, at this point, had you told Sergeant Bisson about the seats in your garage yet?
No.
Why not?
You didn't ask.
What happened after you took your truck?
We went up to the top of the Ava Mountain, and I showed him one place where it was like up on the top of the Ava Mountain. You have to turn left, and then you can access the trails. And we missed that, and I pulled forward down with the truck on there's like a parking spot on the right, and I was trying to turn around, and I stopped, and then he pulled right next to me, and he handed me a search warrant for my truck.
And at that point, did he indicate to you that the state police would be taking your Tacoma?
Yes.
After they told you that they would be taking the Tacoma, what did you do?
I told them that that's okay. The only thing is the seats that are in the truck are not the seats that were in the truck at the May 24. And I told him I asked him if he could go back with me to my house to take the seats.
Did you also go through the trails with Sergeant Bisson at any point that day?
Yeah, I believe on our way back, we turned into that place where I was trying to show him. And I think I took them to West Hartford Reservoir.
And was that before or after they told you about the search warrant?
I don't remember. Could have been after.
Well, were you in their vehicle or yours?
In their vehicle. So it had to be after, yeah.
And after you told Sergeant Bisson that the seats that were in the Tacoma hadn't been in the Tacoma previously, what happened next?
We drove down to my house and I opened the garage door and I gave him the seats.
Why did you decide to give Sergeant Bisson the seats at that moment?
Because I didn't want to be hiding anything.
Where did you give Sergeant Bisson the seats?
Where?
Yeah.
At my driveway.
Had you put the cover back on the driver's seat at this point, or did you give it to him with the cover still?
No, I kind of kept them separately and all together in one place. They weren't back on, no.
Now, I want to direct your attention now to July 12th, 2019, so approximately a month or so later. Did you submit to an interview with the state police?
Yes,
Approximately how long did that interview last?
about 8 hours.
Who was present for that interview?
I know there was me, Lindy Urso, Sergeant Butin, and some other detective. I don't recall his name.
Detective Chris Allegro?
Possible.
Where did this interview take place?
Stanford. I don't remember the address.
At a police department?
Yes.
And during the course of that interview, did you provide a DNA sample to the state police?
Yes, I did.
Did they have a search warrant for your DNA, or did you consent?
I consent.
And how did they take the DNA sample?
They just do a swab on the inside of the chick.
And where did this swabbing take place?
Where?
Yes, sir.
Like inside of?
No, I'm sorry. Was it at the police department as part of this interview?
Yes.
Judge, I have some exhibits. I don't know if this is a natural breaking point before we get too far into those.
Probably. It's a natural break. If you wanted to introduce exhibits, it's probably a good idea to introduce them fresh tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude today. We plan to start tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case. Please do not follow the case on any media. Have a good evening.
Delay between the state's case and my case, and that I don't want to occur. I want to, we have to argue motions, obviously, at some point, but, I have people coming from all over the country, so.
Well, would not that be just a discussion between you and the state?